The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome everybody, we are here in the 2022 Summer Chess Classic and it's time for the final round. To bring you the action, I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with my good friend, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Alejandro, always a pleasure to be here in Studio B. Maybe the final tournament broadcasted from here from Studio B to call the action of the best chess players that we have here in St. Louis. Tell us a bit about these two tournaments that we have on our hands, Alejandro.
They're coming to an end. It's kind of sad to see tournaments come to an end, but we need to crown victors. We had two very strong round robins for you guys. We actually made it all the way to the end, which is surprising for some players, but happy that we did. So we did have a couple of players that had to withdraw due to illness, but we made it to the end and we are ready to crown champions today. Two very strong tournaments, one about average of 2650, the other one around 2550. Really, really strong events. These events allow them to catapult players to the elite.
Precisely.
Really, yeah, and the experience that some of these players are getting is just incredible.
Oh, absolutely. And let's take a look at the standings as we enter round number 9, the championship round. We're going to start with the A group. Yangyi is leading with authority this tournament right now, 1 point ahead of his closest competitor, that is Abhi Mishra, the young Abhi Mishra, the youngest competitor in the event, also the lowest rated player in the event with 4 points in second position. Tied for third, we have Jonas Bjerre, Grigoriy Oparin, Nikolas Theodorou, and Benjamin Gledura on 3.5 points. Tied for 7, we have Ilya Smirin, Sevian, and Aram Hakobyan with 3 points apiece. And unfortunately, Robson did test positive for COVID and had to withdraw after round 4. And how about the B group, Alejandro? Where do we stand?
In the B group, things are a little tighter there at the top. We don't have a Yangyi who has taken a full point lead over his rivals. Guillermo Vazquez actually currently has 6 points, and that is due to the fact that he is playing Brandon Jacobson in the last round. Brandon, again, also fell ill, not necessarily of COVID, we don't know what he had, but he had to withdraw from this tournament, and Guillermo with that gets 6 points, but out of 9, which means that both JJ, Ali Marandi, and Mikhail Antipov are within striking distance, and interestingly, they play each other. We'll talk about that in just a second. Kamil Dragun is currently on 4th place, and in 5th position we have Zhou Jianchao, John Burke, Christopher Yu, and luckless so far in this tournament have been Tigran Harutyunyan and Nico Checa, who are rounding down the bottom of the table with 3 and 2.5 points.
Now, let's talk about the tournament format, Alejandro. We do have 2 tournaments, closed events, 10 players at the beginning of the event. Unfortunately, after those withdrawals, we are only left with 2 9-player round robins, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and a 30-second increment starting from move 1. And tell us a bit about social media, Alejandro. How can the audience reach us?
Well, we're actively monitoring our chats on YouTube and on Twitch, and of course we are also reachable in Twitter at #SummerChessClassic. And remember that we have this going on for every $75 that we get in donations, in bits, and subs. We are going to be able to provide a full semester of chess programming for a talented youngster here at the St. Louis Chess Club, coaching imparted by some of the top grandmasters here of the area. So $75 really goes a long way to support these tournaments, to support the youth of St. Louis, and it really does provide the resources that the chess club needs for all the amazing projects.
That is such an important mission that the St. Louis Chess Club is getting engaged into. And let's talk about the pairings, Alejandro. And we're going to start with Group A. What do we have here as we are entering this important championship round?
Yeah, the championship round is set with 2 huge matches. Of course, Benjamin Gledura against Grigoriy Oparin and Aram Hakobyan against Ilya Smirin are certainly important. The tournament is going to be decided in the last 2 boards. It's going to be Abhi Mishra against Nikolas Theodorou. Abhi is the only player in this tournament that is actually within striking distance of Yangyi. So there's a crucial one for Abhi, who's had an excellent tournament so far, a +1 score that could honestly have been a little higher, I think, based on a couple of his games. And then Nikolas Theodorou, who bounces back yesterday beautifully with a win against Sevian from his loss in round 2 against Jonas Bjerre. So far, also having a great tournament because these two are having such an event that they have a key matchup on the last round, and they are the 2 lowest rated players in the tournament.
Absolutely, what an incredible feature.
Absolutely, and of course, very important as well, the 17-year-old from Denmark, Jonas Bjerre, having also a great tournament on +1, is now playing against... Is he actually on +1? I thought he lost to Oparin yesterday.
He did lose to Oparin, actually, yesterday in round number 8. What you see there as a draw, it's actually a loss. And he is playing Yangyi, who won yesterday's game against Aram Hakobyan. What a beautiful attacking masterpiece that was. We left it off right before he delivered the final sequence to get the full point. And right now, in fact, as we look at this position, it seems to me that it is Black who is playing for a victory even in this game. And let's not forget, with a draw, Yangyi wins this event.
The tournament, right?
But he might actually win this one. What do we think about the position?
It's holding on for a threat if holding on at all for White. The problems are quite clear. Black has all the activity and, more importantly, this light squares around White's king. Just a complete disaster, right? It looks like a Swiss cheese over there. Especially the fact that Black has a light squared bishop and White has a dark squared bishop emphasizes how weak all of these squares are, and it's almost a miracle that I can't find a checkmate, a direct killing blow in this position, something that wins something. The knight on d2 unfortunately is covering b1, which is pretty much the only thing keeping White from immediate resignation, because queen b1 will otherwise just pretty much finish the game, or bishop g2, queen b1, some combination of that. But I don't see it right now. That being said, I could play it slow, right?
Hanging on by a thread. Yeah, you can also play a bishop to g4, for example, but that will be met by the only move in the position, queen to f1. You cannot take on g4 because that would just be losing. But let's take a look at the pairings for the B group, Alejandro, as we enter the 9th round. We see there that Kamil Dragun actually already won against Tigran Harutyunyan. Zhou Jianchao is still playing against Nico Checa. Brandon Jacobson, of course, we know he withdrew from the event, and that gave Guillermo Vazquez a full point in the last round. Christopher Yu against John Burke, and Mikhail Antipov versus Ali Marandi. And this is indeed the key matchup of round number 9, because as we can see, Mikhail Antipov started off timidly with 5 draws in the first 5 rounds, but after that he started turning it up, and in 6th and 8th round he got the full point. Right now he's on +2, trailing still the leader, one of the leaders as we entered this round, Ali Marandi. And JJ with +3, he has to defend this very, very difficult position. And also, you have a story for us about JJ, Alejandro. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, JJ, of course, has had a great tournament. He is one of the most improved players, I would say, in collegiate circuits. He managed to go from IM all the way to 25-50, starting to win this event. So amazing resurgence here by JJ. He's in a lot of trouble today, but he's also in time pressure. Not actually on the clock here, but his flight today is, I think it's at 5 p.m.
Okay.
So if he somehow gets some tie breaks, I have heard a rumor, an unconfirmed rumor, that he will either have to decide between a tie break and making his flight to Turkey. So
that's an international flight. There's not many of those, and that might be an issue indeed. Now, we have this knight to c5 came on the board after sacrificing a pawn. Try to bait the dark square bishop on h4 on the other side of the board and leave unattended the queen side for White's pieces. What do we think? Does White have enough compensation? And let me just turn off the... I did have the engine on. Unfortunately, I can definitely tell you whether White has enough compensation or not. But let's try to understand the position. Of course,
I mean, the 96 is a huge threat. So he goes king h7.
Right, king h7 came on the board, and now I understand the bishop on h4 is kind of misplaced. You don't really have a lot of ideas to get it back in to play. But where's the blow? Where's the final blow?
Well, what if I start with the simple move knight d6? I hit your rook. The knight is also hitting the pawn on c7. It might force you to go to rook c8.
Exactly, because rook to d7 doesn't work.
Right, because you have knight f8, which is very annoying for black.
Knight to f8, indeed, and perhaps we can take a look at these games as well. But yeah, knight to e6 actually is on the board.
Yeah.
Was played, forces black to make a decision. As you were mentioning, Alejandro, rook to d6, unfortunately, bishop to a3 comes.
Yeah, bishop a3. Also, you could probably just block that pawn on c7. I don't see anything wrong with it. So in both scenarios, that actually rook a3, bishop a3 traps that rook. I see your point. Yeah, it's just an uncomfortable position for black because you have to move the rook off of the d file. You might as well put it on c8, I think, because
defend the pawn on c7.
I don't think it's doing anything useful in any other one of the files. I mean, rook b8 looks more threatening than it is, I think, because after the move bishop a3, I still think that you have to defend this pawn on b7, on c7, sorry. So you might as well put it on c8 immediately, I think. I'm not really sure. But black is in a position where he can't move, right?
Right. That's
knight on b6 doesn't move. Knight on c6 doesn't have any real potential moves.
I mean, look, you're going to get the bishop to g5, but what after? And rook to b8, by the
Rook
way,
b8
was played.
So the idea is the knight c4 will simplify the position, right? For example, if I take on c7,
It's a threat.
it's
yes.
yeah.
First of all, you can also...
You could probably take on a4.
Actually, you cannot. Yeah, you
it's
can,
check.
Because
It's
that's
check
a
on b2. Yeah.
I don't have time to take on c6. So, yeah, rook to b8, definitely a cunning move. Now,
Bishop a3 looks very logical to me, just to move the bishop out of the way.
makes a lot of sense.
Right?
Yeah.
You never know when knight f8's also a resource. Yeah, it just looks like a
Knight
good move.
f8 actually is a big resource later on. And I do think that
It's
we
a
will
nice...
see a move in just a second.
It's hard not to play bishop a3 here. Yeah, bishop a3 played. I think this one we expected kind of easily.
Let's take a look at the time. 4 minutes right now and 19 seconds for Antipov and 48 minutes
For JJ.
for
JJ's a very fast player, but it's only 7 moves for white to make. And it's not the most complicated position, right? Black has very few threats. If you give me a free move, I can play rook d1. Actually, if you give me a free move as white, I'll just play knight f8 96. And that's 2. I'll go rook d1, knight f8 96. That's 2 more.
That makes sense. No, I like that strategy, of course. So, for example, just to show the audience what we mean by that. If you go king to g7 to keep connection with the pawn on g6, now I can just simply play the move knight to e6. You cannot go either on f7 or g8 because that will allow me to give a discovery check, knight takes g5, with devastating consequences. So you have to keep going. King to h7 and allow me to now change the position, rook to d1, and then
I'll do it again.
Knight to f8 again.
And this mechanism allows white to reach move 40 very quickly.
Oh yeah.
He won't be in any time pressure.
Bishop to a3. Right now, JJ is taking a pause.
I feel JJ's in trouble, despite the extra pawn.
Yeah, these bishops are controlling the knights quite well.
And this bishop on h4.
Bishop on h4 is just... he did munch on a pawn.
Yeah.
But
I think he's going to get his hand stuck in the cookie jar here.
Yeah, this one is... it's not looking great for JJ.
And remember, this is a crucial game, right? If Antipov wins, he's actually catching Guillermo Vazquez, and we would have a playoff for the winner of Group B at 5 p.m. That's right.
5 p.m. Central Time. So we will probably take a short break, and then we will come back. Now, quite interesting position. We do think that white is definitely in pole position to take this one.
I hate to interrupt you, but we have to jump to the Bjerre game.
To the Bjerre game?
Yeah, absolutely must, because this might just finish.
Unfortunately, we cannot.
Oh, we cannot?
Yeah. Well, we can see the position. We can see the position of Bjerre. We cannot analyze it.
Oh, we cannot analyze it. That's good enough, because I don't think we can do this one mentally.
Yes.
Because this one is close to over, I think. If you take a look. Okay, if you take with the bishop, queen f3, king e1, bishop anywhere, like d3 is just made. Right? I think that's pretty clear.
Yes.
Bishop takes d2, queen f3, king g1. Probably, again, bishop somewhere, and queen d1 is mate.
Okay.
Yeah, at least picks up the bishop on d2. I think I'm right. Which means that you have to take on e4 with the, on e2 with the king right now. But I think that after knight e4, your position just collapses. Like queen b2 is unstoppable. Maybe queen b5 also wins. I feel that king takes e2, knight e4 is just dead.
Yeah, Yeah, knight takes d2, bishop d2 obviously doesn't feel like it's working. King takes e2 seems to be the forced move in the position. At the same time, I have to say, I'm looking at it, all the pieces in black's camp swarming around the white king. It just doesn't feel like he's going to be able to hold on.
No. And you have to take on e2 right away. What is the time situation? 15 minutes against 31. So no real time pressure for either player.
He's just...
I think Yangyi is just cruising.
Cruising at this
I think Yangyi has really shown why he is the strongest player in this tournament.
Yes, by far.
Yeah, by far. He was in trouble in 2 games. He was in trouble against Gledura and he was in trouble against Theodorou. And he still managed to make a relatively comfortable draw considering the positions that he was in.
Yeah.
And in every other game, he was either putting pressure or just destroyed his opponent. And this was one of them. I mean, he just destroyed Bjerre from the beginning. Better knowledge of the opening and then position.
Better knowledge of the middle game.
Oh, the middle game as well, yeah.
Better knowledge and better handling. And I have to say, that's one thing about Bjerre. He's an extremely strong player. The only department in which he lacks is experience.
Yeah. Well, very young, right? It's very, very young player.
Very young, very promising player. And I'm sure we will see a lot of him in the upcoming years. Right now, he's just fresh on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Knight to c4. And this is exactly what we said is probably going to happen. Queen to b2 will be coming.
Yeah,
queen takes a2. I can just simply
Queen
munch
b2 is
on
such
the
a
pawn,
devastating
right?
threat. And you start munching on the pawns, and this bishop on e3 never gets better as the
and
thing.
I think Bjerre is already understanding. He knows.
Well, he knows, yeah.
He knows it. He's trying to find the last few moves. Nevertheless, it doesn't feel like there's going to be many of them.
Yeah, once you pick up the pawn on a2, every king and pawn endgame is just one.
Yeah.
So you can start pretty much harassing this bishop on e3. You never really can avoid trading it because it's so bad.
And it doesn't feel like White has a great way to come back with to bring back his queen.
Yeah.
Queen to f1 will be most likely met by either queen to b2 and just take the pawn on a2.
Yeah, I think that's good
Maybe
enough.
even queen to a6 to try to be fancier.
Fancy, right? Yeah, but I don't think there's any need. Just queen b2, take on a2. You still haven't created a threat.
Yeah.
And queen b3 just wins the game on the spot after that, right? You can't go into king pawn endgame, as we said.
It looks hopeless to me.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's just that.
It looks hopeless. All right. And we're going to keep an eye on this one for sure.
What about the other game of the day? The one between Nico and Zhou Jianchao.
Let's take a look at that one.
No, not Nico Checa. Why did I say that? Abhi against Nico. I was thinking about the other Nico.
Abhi versus Nico. And definitely Nico, a player that has been proving why he is in this tournament, as well as Abhi.
Yeah.
Both of these players only 2,500s. I think, if I'm not mistaken, they might be the only 2,500s in the event, unless Smirin.
No, Smirin's over 26.
Under 2,600. So yeah, these are the only 2 players under 2,600.
But this is...
And they're proving that.
And they're proving
they
that.
belong.
Yeah, Abhi will finish the tournament on +1, and I think Nico will finish the tournament on 50%, which are great scores for both of them. This looks absolutely dead. Yeah,
we're going to see rook takes c3.
Nothing really to talk about here.
Rook takes d2. This one is extremely easy. Absolutely nothing happening. All right, I guess we have to go back to this this game between Antipov and Chemil-Chan, even though this one, nothing has happened, and it seems like Chemil-Chan is taking his first longer thing of the round. Now, you mentioned Nico Checa against Zhou Jianchao. Let's take a look at that one.
What is going on this one? Let me pull that game up.
Whoa.
Rook takes g6. Well, what's the material count first? It's actually equal.
Equal after you take on g6.
After I take on g6, it'll be equal.
Now the question is, what do you take with? Do you take with the f pawn?
I think it's pretty clear, right?
Or the h pawn?
Oh no, there's knights on d4. Never mind.
No, it's unclear.
It's actually not so clear, yeah? Because and this game is over. We expected the draw here, but isn't it kind of clear if I take on, if I take the rook, right, with the f pawn?
Sure.
And I go queen e6 check.
Try to become a bit more active.
And then I go rook c8.
Rook c8.
How do you
checkmate me? I have one check.
You have one check, but I go to d3.
But that's more or less it.
Yeah, then.
No more checks, and if you don't have a good way to defend the rook on f8, you're getting checkmated.
I don't quite see it.
No, and
So
that's why he took on.
and I think you have to
G6
take,
with
yeah.
the H-pawn.
I think you have to take with the H-pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if you had to, even if somehow f takes g6 survives, h takes g6 is just much more desirable, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, the f pawn is important to defend e6.
Absolutely. And queen to g4 came on the board. As you were mentioning, it's such a strange position. You never think, as you look for the first couple of seconds at the position, that it's equal material. But it actually is equal material.
It's just equal too.
Strange structure.
The structure is very, very weird. King on e2 is actually kind of safe.
Yes. Yes.
It's hard to reach this.
Knight g3 was one move. Knight to f4. If the rook lands on e8, that would actually be a big threat. So maybe why not?
Maybe it's not a bad move, right?
Yeah.
Rook e8. I'd be a little afraid of maybe some endgames, like rook c8 here. Knight f4 doesn't work, so...
No, but now I can either go here, which is going to be met by king to d3, and that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So what if I...
No, but I take on f4.
I take with a queen. And now I cannot take because you take with a check and then pick up the queen and I can resign.
Yeah. So you have to play something like rook takes c8 at that point. I don't think you can avoid the trade.
No.
But, you know, you go king h7 and I go queen, something like d7 or c7. Not c7, obviously. Queen d7, and I start hitting a lot of pawns. You still have check on
Well, you're only
g3.
threatening one. You're threatening f7. You're not actually threatening f5, d5. Because of knight to f. What am I? Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah.
It is 2 hours earlier.
Oh
so
man, this 2 hours earlier really messed with your chess schedule, huh?
It is 2 hours earlier. That's true. All right, so we actually have king to h7 came first. So this makes a bit more sense.
Actually, this makes a lot of sense, right? Yeah, you
because
want
rook to c8 most likely is going to be met by either knight to g3 or knight to g3. Just knight to g3.
I mean, I think f5 and white could have resigned, but sure.
Or f5. That's perhaps a better move.
Slightly. Yeah, so rook c8 is not available. King h7 is a cunning move anyway.
I like it.
I like this move. Prepares rook e8. Main problem also for the Chinese player here is that he has 30 seconds left.
1 minute and 30 seconds, I think.
Because he just played. He just played the move f4.
After this move f4.
Yeah, so who do you like more in this position?
It feels like white.
It feels like white might just be winning also, right? If knight f3.
Winning?
Well, knight f3 is a big of a threat. So actually black has to do something.
Oh, f4 is a brilliant move.
Actually, f4 is a move that we should at least have mentioned.
Isn't your queen almost trapped?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Knight to f3, in fact, the queen is trapped.
Yeah, knight f3 is a huge threat.
So I assume knight to f6 might be almost forced.
Yeah, but you have queen f3.
Queen to f3, you're threatening rook to h1 now. By the way, some move has been played. No.
No.
f4 is the last move. Now you have to drop back.
But it doesn't help you.
That doesn't help you. The queen is still trapped.
Yeah, the queen's still trapped.
So what you could do is go all the way to h6, but this doesn't work either because of knight to f5. And once again, the queen is trapped. You can take on f5, but rook takes h5 wins.
Wow. Wait, how does he defend then?
That is a very important question right now.
He might have to play
f5.
f5
Yeah.
to give himself the h3 square. Now, the difference is that on queen f3, I think I have queen h4. It's still kind of miserable because you lose d5, but...
Correct. So I'm going to try to keep your queen under lock.
Now, the only problem, let's call it a problem, right, is that I have h3 for my queen in this position. I don't know...
I'm not sure that's going to help you too much in the long run.
In the long run, because it does seem that, first of all, rook g1 might be an issue.
Once you put a queen on h3, you don't have any counterplay.
I don't have any counterplay to begin with. I mean, I'm just trying to keep my queen alive.
Rook to e8.
Rook e8, huh?
Right, so trying to meet knight to f3 with either a queen to f4 or knight f4. Probably queen takes f4.
Yeah, and this actually does seem to work.
At least it pins.
By the way, can I start with rook e8? I just wanted to check that tactically.
Instead of f5.
Instead of f5.
Yeah, you can.
No trickies, right? I was looking at like knight f3, queen takes f4, knight g5, something like that, but I can't make it work.
So now perhaps I'm king here.
You could. King f3. I think I have to go f. Well, I have knight f6 also.
Yeah, you have a few options.
No, I have more options.
And to be honest, this is what I predict going to come down to. How is the endgame going to look like after we exchange the queens on the g file?
Pretty bad for
black.
For
right?
black.
Yeah, because I have invasions
Yeah.
everywhere on the c file. c5, c7, c6. Everything is going to.
Yeah, beautiful knight on d4. Let's not forget.
Oh,
right?
That's a beautiful knight.
No, actually, white might be borderline winning.
f4, we're going to leave these players think at this point. Let's take a look at what's happening in the game between Christopher Yu and John Burke. And by the way, as that game between Mishra and Theodorou finished, we do have a winner in the A group. Regardless of what's going to happen in this game, Yangyi clinches the title of the Summer Chess Classic champion.
Very good for him. We had no doubts that he was winning the tournament the moment that we saw his position against Bjerre. But definitely an excellent performance here from Yangyi, showing why he was 27-35, showing why he has that Olympic gold medal, showing why he is superior to the remaining of the field. I mean, he was just head and shoulders above everybody here.
And actually, it just finished. Bjerre did resign.
Right.
That game, just categorical victory for Yangyi in this event. He started off shaky in the first round against Gledura. That was a very, very difficult game for him with the white pieces. With
the white pieces, he wasn't in trouble in that one for sure, but he rectified the ship, winning his next two games, winning against Oparin with the black pieces, and then smashing Smirin with the white.
Yeah.
So certainly a very strong showing. Scores 6 out of 8, an impressive +4 performance here for.
That's incredible.
Really incredible for Yangyi. 6 out of 8. Remember that we only have 8-round tournaments.
That's a huge result.
It's a huge result. 6 out of 8.
6 out of 8.
I mean, he finished as a point and a half.
The game against Robson didn't even matter. Yeah, there's no points for that one.
No points for that one, and that was a game he could have won.
So that is +4.
+4.
Could have been +5.
+4 could have been +5. Incredible.
Wow.
In this field, that's
dominant
incredible.
Fashion by the young Chinese player. And let's take a look at what's happening in this game. The game that could potentially give us a victor.
Yeah.
The game between Antipov and Ali Marandi. Let's not forget, if Ali Marandi wins this game, then he will clinch the first.
Yep.
If he draws, then he's going to go into a potential tie breaks.
That's right.
And if Antipov wins, then we're going to have a tie breaks between himself and Vazquez.
That's right. So everything to play for still in this game. Knight c4 played, and
so pawns are equal.
Pawns are now equal as white has taken on c7.
And we're 5 minutes away from, 5 moves away, excuse me, from making time control.
Yeah, 1 minute left for Antipov. Knight is now on c4. What do you play here as white? I want to save this bishop.
Well, there's the option of taking on c4, king d3, and try to make use of your c pawn.
And just passing the pawn?
That is one option.
It's an option. I'm a little scared that you just take on a4, right? And
I guess you could take on a4. And does your rook get trapped c4 after that? So let's take a quick look.
Yeah, this is important, right? Because c4 threatens knight c3.
c3 in one move, or king c3, king b3 if you give me 2 moves.
Yeah, so I would have something. I would need to have something clever like knight e6.
Knight e6, telling me that after this you have knight to f4.
Knight f4 or knight c5, I think both work because I have rook takes c4 next move.
Yes, and he decided not
to test that, yeah.
To test that, not to give one of his bishops. He is definitely giving the other one. Nevertheless, he does have this move rook to d7, and this is the point, right?
I think you play check first.
You could,
yeah.
You could, but the idea being that it looks like after rook takes d8, I'm going to recapture my piece. The problem is that rook to d7 is an intermediary check, forces the king to go to the 8th rank, and then rook takes d8 comes with a check. I'm going to defend my bishop on b3 next, and that's going to be winning. You cannot take on a3 and follow it up with rook takes c3.
All right, let's take a look at lines. Knight takes a3.
Yes.
Knight takes a3. Let's just, whatever.
Sure.
It could be rook d7 first. I don't think it makes a difference. Here I'll play f5.
Okay, let's give this check.
Yeah, at some point. And then I'll only
King
move.
goes to h8.
And the reason I'm playing f5, of course, is that this bishop on h4 suddenly joins the fray. Now, I'm not super happy with black's position. There's a lot of tricks that I'm worried about. Knight c4 is one of them. Knight b5, knight d6 is another.
Yeah, this is actually a checkmating threat.
Yeah, it's a checkmate threat.
So knight to c4, what do you do? How do you defend? And by the way, I do think we have a move on the board. Knight to e6.
Knight e6 played.
None of this will happen. The bishop on c3.
Knight e6 also makes
Lives
sense.
to see another day.
Yeah, knight f4 is the point. Rook d7 check played.
King to
King
h8.
h8.
The players are getting closer. Time control. 3 more moves.
Yeah, this is very important. All right, so king h8 now in this position. No real progress if I don't take this knight on c4, or not necessarily take it, but remove it. What if I
Bishop
play, by the way,
c4,
knight a7? Where's the rook go?
Take, and yeah, we don't really have a clear option. Oh, wait a minute. No, but it does this. So what if I go c4? Ah, now you go knight to d4.
Yeah, that actually...
Yeah, my idea is to go king c3, king b3.
I can also take on a3.
You can also take on a3, and that's actually even better. You
30
don't want to fall
seconds
those
for
guys.
Misha. He needs to make a decision. It's still a complicated position.
Big
He goes
moment
bishop
right now.
e7. What is that threat?
Stopping black from playing the move f5.
It also stops knight takes a3, which is a big deal.
So perhaps this is the best square for his bishop. It looks odd.
Looks a bit odd, especially because it gives this bishop on h4 a reason to be happy. It has a job. Finally has a job. But I like that the knight on c4 is no longer threatening this bishop. I mean, I think that's the main point. So what if I...
No, I like this move, bishop e7. I think it's a good move. The more I look at it, the more it feels like a good move.
So what if I go knight f4 here? Where's your...
Give me a check. Let's go with a simple decision, which is king to f3.
Your simple decision, huh?
More or less. Looks like the natural also because I am threatening g3. That might be a problem.
What if I go something like... No, bishop e1, bishop f6 is part of the reason.
That is the reason why he placed his bishop on e7.
Right.
So the bishop on h4 does have a job, but he doesn't have freedom anymore.
Freedom.
That's how it usually goes.
That's how it goes,
Get
right?
a job, you're kind of stuck to that job, no more freedom.
Yep. Well said, Cristian.
Yeah. So what do you do?
Maybe you ask if there's a threat, right? Is there a threat? Let's say I press X and I play something like bishop g5. What is your...
The X factor.
Yeah, the X.
I could try to go g3, for example, just to kill your knight. And a little bit your bishop. But let's try to find... Wait, by the way, is this a threat?
I was thinking about that the previous move, but it didn't happen, so I assumed no. Then I kind of gave up.
He just played bishop e7, right? So
but he could have gone at a7 last move, because it did attack the rook.
But then rook to c7.
No, but then you take and you're knight hanging.
Wait, so excuse me, but let's understand why knight e7 was...
I assumed that there was something along the lines of knight f4, but I didn't figure it out, and then they moved. So
knight to f4? And the idea is if you go here, you have knight to d2 check.
Well, knight d2, there's a rook on d7. Yeah.
That's okay. Rook takes c7. Rook takes c3, sorry.
Ah, you get mated.
That's actually a mate.
That's actually mate. Yeah. That's very nice.
So
because the knight's no longer on b5.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to go. So what if I go king to d1?
Here at least knight e3, right?
Here,
and then knight f1 at least.
Knight f1, but...
But what are you gaining? What are you gaining, right?
There's nothing gain. Okay. Going back.
No, I like bishop e7.
Position in the game.
It also challenges black to find a useful move, because knight a7 is reactionary, right? You're just forcing black to react to your move.
Yeah.
Here, black actually has quite a few choices, and they might not be good. Knight a7 still seems like a threat.
Yeah, knight a7 seems to be... is it a threat, though? That is the question, because after that, knight f4 still works. King to f3, unfortunately, I think it's taboo, in fact. Because king to f3, knight to d2, rook takes d2, we always see this rook takes e3 coming with
it's always made,
checkmate.
Right? Yeah. This knight is actually surprisingly important on b5.
So, Still, knight to a7 is on tap. Knight a7 is something that white has in his pockets for the remainder of this sequence of moves. Now, how can black improve the position? And this was the question that Alejandro asked. How do you improve the position? And I have to say, I don't see the answer to that. It's not very clear. And as we are analyzing this position, we do have the winner of the A group, the champion of the Summer Chess Classic, Yangyi. Yangyi, congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Quite an incredible performance by you. 6 out of 8, not including the game between you and Ray Robson, because Ray had to withdraw. How does that feel?
Yeah, I put my 3 games in Robson, yeah, for a long time game, yeah. I think maybe I have one chance to win in endgame, yeah, but I miss.
In the last game or in the one between you and Ray Robson? Is that the one that you're talking about?
Maybe.
Or this game, today's game?
Yeah, today's
Okay,
game,
give me just 1 second because we do have to change platforms. Unfortunately, we cannot see that.
Maybe
on,
Lichess, I don't know.
Lichess doesn't work, unfortunately.
What?
We do not have. Lichess does not work, and unfortunately, I cannot see it on Chess Bump either. So we're going to stay with this Chess 24 if that works as well. Let's take a look at this game. Yes, it does work. Beautiful. All right, take us through the big moments of this game.
Yeah.
You started off with knight to f6, Nimzo.
Yeah.
You wanted to play a peaceful game, right?
Yeah.
Tight game. You didn't want to risk anything.
Today I just play solid because in black piece, and maybe I have feel tired because every game play so long time. Yeah.
Bishop to g2 he played, castle, knight to c3. Did you expect this knight to c3 from him? Were you expecting something else?
Yesterday I checked this line. Yeah.
This line?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yesterday. Yeah.
And you took knight to c6, one of the older main lines,
Okay, yeah.
which is considered to be quite okay for black. a5, e4.
E4.
Did this move surprise you? Or?
Yeah, it's surprise for me because I remember I analyzed in bishop d2. Yeah, no e4. Yeah, maybe knight, bishop d2, knight b4. Yeah, I think black.
I guess I will have to consent to my data being. I have to consent to my data being stolen. That's okay. Knight to b4. Yes.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Oh. Maybe no bishop d2, queen c4. Sorry, no bishop d2. Yeah, queen c4 take bishop
to
a6.
a6.
Yeah, queen a4.
And now perhaps you can take this pawn, knight to c3 and bishop e2, or
yeah, maybe rook d8.
you have
because
bishop a3 at the end.
Yeah.
So rook
d8.
fb8.
D8. Yeah.
Fd8.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember some player play same position. Yeah.
Pleasant position for black, I would expect, right?
Yeah, I think this position is equal. I remember. Yeah.
Okay, so he decided to play this move e4, which, as you mentioned, did surprise you. E4, knight to b4. Now there's no more queen takes c4 on the board. Bishop to e3. Now you get to keep your pawn, at least for a few more moves. A4. Queen e2, knight to d3, rook to b1. Did you feel like you're taking over already at this point? We felt that you are. How did you feel?
Maybe the black is slightly better for me. Yeah, because my space too big. Yeah.
Space is you definitely have an advantage on the queen side.
Yeah.
And he doesn't really have the bishop on g2, unfortunately. Leaves the king quite exposed. A3 you played, opening up the A and B files. Rook takes b8, rook to b1.
Yeah.
Queen to c2.
Yeah, I think queen c2 is a mistake.
Mistake.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe knight c3. Yeah, is normal. Bishop c6, I think. f3, f5, I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Continue to attack the center.
Mhm.
Try to open up the light square bishop.
Yeah, maybe d5, pawn take. Yeah, ef take. Yeah, I don't know here. Maybe knight e5 or queen f8. Yeah, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps for white, try to set up
Yeah.
a blockade on the
Yeah.
dark squares.
Mhm.
If you do get to play d4 in a good version, then you just simply win. So what if knight e5?
Knight e5, I think king f2. Yeah.
King f2.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
And if
Take.
you take,
King
take
King
d4,
f4.
king.
Yeah, I think here. Yeah.
He just goes up, yeah? Yeah, this actually looks pretty decent for white.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
All the way up. Now, perhaps not knight e5, but the move that you mentioned, queen to f8.
Yeah.
This does seem like the stronger
Yeah,
option.
maybe g4, queen f6. I think black is.
No more bishop d4 now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
No, this makes a lot of sense, and probably
Mm-hmm.
it still gives you the advantage. But also, were you at all playing for a draw in this game, or you did not think about that? Because with a draw, you clinch the tournament, right? You win the tournament outright.
I know, but in middle game, I feel my position is good, but I just
Better. And now you want to win.
Yeah.
Want to win it outright.
Yeah. If position is equal, maybe I have a draw. Is okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. No. And already you're definitely starting to look quite poised to finish the game in a victory. Queen to c2, knight to e1. Full control over the light squares. Bishop to f3.
Yeah. Here, I think maybe queen h4 maybe better.
Try to create some check
Yeah.
threats. Queen to d8 is coming. And what were you planning on doing?
Maybe h6. I think.
h6, yeah.
Mm.
Get the king to h7. It
Because
still looks great for you.
yeah, because if you white play bishop h6, I have bishop e2. Yeah. Next move knight f3.
That's a check.
Yeah, I don't know.
threat.
Yeah, yeah.
And at some point, this bishop on h6 is going to be
Yeah.
lost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this one is definitely looking good. He played queen to h3, and let's see how you guys continued. Bishop e2, and now you're just simply taking over.
Yeah.
Gift me the pawn,
Yeah.
and he decided to resign. A dominant victory in the last round to cap off an incredible tournament for you. How does it feel to win here in St. Louis?
Yeah. I'm happy and tired because I have 9 rounds. Every day play every day. It's long time. It's a long game. Yeah.
You didn't get a rest day because you also had to play Ray Robson just before he unfortunately had to withdraw from the tournament.
Yeah, because I remember I play Robson is play 6 hours. It's long time, but just I remember Queen's in endgame I miss is winning. But
Yes.
But I remember.
I think it was checkmate in
Yeah.
14 moves or 15 moves.
Yeah,
along
yeah.
those lines.
Yes, I remember. Just endgame is winning position, but I don't know how to say. Yeah, I missed king f8. Yeah, king a8, king e8.
Now,
Queen eight,
what
yeah.
would you say was the most difficult game for you in this event?
In first game. Yeah.
First round.
Yeah, yeah, because my position is very dangerous. I feel is lost.
Against Benjamin Gledura.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And after that, you just gained a boost of confidence saving that game, right?
Yes. Because I remember first game, if my opponent think sometimes bishop e7, maybe I just lose. Yeah.
Yangyi, congratulations once again. A tremendous performance by you. You are the worthy champion of the Summer Chess Classic. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
And as we see there on the graphic, we do have the winner. Grandmaster Yangyi from China takes home a cool $6,000. What a dominant performance. Gains some rating points as well. 10 rating points, if I am not mistaken, so that's quite a nice catch, I will say, from 2710, the rating that he currently has, all the way to 2720, and that might take him in the top 30 in the world, if I'm not mistaken. Alejandro, welcome back.
Good to be back.
What
do
have
we
you been looking at during your small break?
Well, the most important thing, I think, is that Antipov actually made move 40.
He did?
So,
Okay.
And he got to a position that I think we already analyzed, but he has 2 extra tempi, and that's actually relatively important because we were talking about this earlier, about the strength of the move knight a7, and this might be it. This might be finally the time.
So knight to f4 came on the board as we were watching the game.
King f3.
Yangyi, king to f3, bishop to e1.
No,
Excuse me. Knight to e6 came back. Oh, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, g3, bishop g5. So basically we have the same position we had previously, but f4 is covered and the king's on f3. So if you go knight a7, I don't actually see what the point here is.
Knight to d2, right?
But I can just move my king. King e2, I think.
And what if I take on c3?
I take
on
on
e6.
e6, and you're probably getting mated, and I'm also just up a piece even if you aren't.
Yeah, and there's actually no counter chances for me. And if I do take on b3, you take on c8, and that's just simply winning.
And again, you're probably getting mated, but I'm at material. Don't even have to think about it.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, that's not good news for black if this works.
No, that might be knight a7 might be a devastating blow right now for.
What about rook to c7?
For JJ? What, I just trade?
Knight d2.
And I go back, and I think your knight is just trapped after bishop d5 because you could never, ever, ever take on.
So knight to d5. You're saying that this knight might be trapped, but I could go here, and then you go king to d3.
Yeah, it's not so much that it's trapped and I'm going to win it. I think you just go bishop d8 next move. You take on a5. You can never take on d5. I just win the endgame. I mean, I just passed the pawn, right?
Okay, so let's start with this. I'm going to let you to go to d8, and then I'm going to take on d5.
Yeah, that's fine.
So at least the pawn is not going straight to promotion.
But I feel like one of my pawns will be.
And how are we doing on material-wise?
It doesn't matter,
It's
I think,
equal,
right?
Yeah? So somehow it became equal. Yeah, no, it definitely looks good for white. But how do you continue?
You're knight b5, I think. Knight b5, and then just king d3 next move.
Let's go here. Let's try to take the pawn on
But here
a4.
I take on a5, yeah.
Take on a5. I take
No,
on
you're not
a4.
on time, d6.
But I still have knight to c5.
Ah. But still, yeah, c4 or something, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I
Maybe
mean,
it has to be lost.
again,
Like completely lost,
it
right?
definitely looks lost, and most likely it is. I'm just trying to figure out whether I have any chances.
No.
It does feel like bishop b6 followed by c5, c6.
Yeah, bishop b6, bishop b4 doesn't really matter, I think.
So big moment right now.
Yeah,
knight to a7
We think knight a7 is winning, right?
might
But
cap the game.
yeah. We haven't taken a look at a couple of games in a while. Maybe we can update them.
Yeah. Which ones would you like to go to?
Christopher Yu against John Burke. I don't even know if we took a look at that game.
We did not. We briefly did for like 30
For like
seconds,
2 seconds,
and then
right?
we had to go to a different game. So this is the Christopher Yu with the white pieces, who unfortunately has had quite a lackluster performance up to this point.
Not that bad, right, for you, Christopher
I
Yu?
think maybe -2, -1 or -2.
I think it's a 50%.
Really?
Christopher Yu?
I would be shocked if he's at 50%.
Really? Am I just like completely off here? Let me check. I should know these things. B group, Christopher Yu. Christopher Yu is currently on 50%, but that does count his win quotes against Brandon Jacobson.
So
he's a -1.
Technically on 50%.
Yeah, but actually a -1, right?
-1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he hasn't won a single game, and he lost only one.
No, he actually beat Checa.
He beat Checa. Okay.
Wait, sorry. He's playing Checa. What am I talking about?
No, he's playing Burke.
Christopher Yu beat someone. Who did he beat?
I don't think he beat.
He beat nobody. Yeah, you're right. He lost to Harutyunyan yesterday.
I don't think he beat.
And he didn't
anybody.
beat anybody this tournament. That's kind of crazy.
Oh, it's,
Yeah, a lot of tough tournament.
It's a late morning here in St. Louis. for
Very
us.
late morning. Very late morning.
Queen to a5. There we go. The spy cam is back.
Yes, my favorite one.
Queen to a5.
Queen a5. So how do we feel about the position? I
Well,
mean, white's
are
up the
defending.
exchange, right?
The rook on d2. White is up the exchange. Now the question is, and it does feel like white has enough control over the dark squares that he's going to be able to hide the king even on a3.
Even on a3, I think it's a good move. I think queen
So
a5.
like queen a5, you have to actually go to a3.
You actually have to go to a3, but I think that's more than fine. The bishop is just doing a great job covering that diagonal.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
queen e5 just loses a tempo, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But if you don't play
Well-
queen e5, and I do think we have a move.
Well, that changes the character of the position.
Yes.
A little bit, right?
But not by much.
A lot, I think, because I
Queen
think that
takes
if
e2,
you
rook e2.
keep the queens, maybe eventually black's king actually becomes...
So you think this is savable?
I don't know if this is savable, but it's obvious that white's playing for a win.
So what if I
What if I nom?
take, and now let's try to invade.
Yeah. I think I have to defend h7. I think h7 is crucial, right? You could
Either
go
with
h5,
h5, either with bishop,
bishop
to
d3. Yeah, probably bishop d3, I guess. Just know
Sure. And now I'm actually not going to hurry with rook to g7. I'm going to start with this move.
Yeah, but here I have time to put my bishop on g6.
You are forced, I think. to put a
Probably
bishop on
forced to put my
g6.
bishop on g6.
You're saying that somehow this knight protects my invasion square on e7. This bishop protects the g file as well as the e8 square. But what if I continue?
I mean, I'm not a thrilled camper as
Yeah.
black, right? I'm not really guaranteeing that I'm holding this, but material is pretty reduced. I do go
You're-
a5.
You're fighting.
and
You're fighting.
I'll fight, right?
Not
I'll
sure
take
how much of
that.
a fight this is.
King c8 or something.
I don't want to go king a6.
No, king a6, a4 gets mated.
Knight
But
b6, you still survive, but it's not.
it's not where you want to
it's
go
not
because you can
pleasant.
never make another move right with the knight.
So king c8, but this.
I mean,
this
it looks
has to be
very
lost.
ugly. It
This
looks
is lost.
it looks like a disaster.
I'm going to call it. This is lost. I mean,
Yeah.
the king is just too weak. I'm going to pick up
Yeah, yeah.
h7, a7, and a5.
But it is possible that the position is lost from the beginning,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
This is not.
They're going straight into that variation.
Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
And also, bishop to
Yeah, bishop d3 is a better way.
What if I just?
King b6.
Yeah, and now b4. What do we think about this? It's not a move that I necessarily want to play. I wish I had one more extra move to play the
Play
move
a4.
a4, and that would finish the game. But how do you defend? Do you have to give me the a7 pawn with king to b5?
You might have to play a5, but it's just also horrible, right?
Yeah, once again, if you play a5,
Yeah,
I
it's
take.
horrible.
You take, I take, and if you go king a6, I go bishop c5.
No, but a4 is coming.
And now I have the
Yeah.
a pawn.
No, I mean, objectively, this might just be bad for black. I'm having a lot of trouble defending the entry.
Oh yeah,
Once the rook gets to g7, I think bishop c5 is actually quite unnecessary.
yeah.
This rook g7 is key. Once the rook gets there, it's just too strong. And black's position is in such a situation where all of his structure
Yeah.
is unable to hold back the rook. They're just being picked up by the rook one by one.
Yep, and there's absolutely no counterplay.
There's no counterplay. The knight can't reach anything. The bishop can't reach anything. Your pass pawn on the f file is not going to go very far. So there's no point in pushing it. The moment you push it, the weaker it becomes. Yeah, this looks borderline lost. Wouldn't be surprised if actually it is.
It probably is. No,
yeah.
and the presence of the opposite color bishops also helps white.
Right.
Because white can find the attack on the dark squares much easier than if black had the presence of a dark square bishop on the board. That's not the case. Black is going to have to face the music on the dark squares, and the music doesn't sound very good. Let's take a look back to this game. The game of the round, definitely.
So he played king
The
e2
people-
instead of knight a7,
he-
which
he
we were
did
thinking.
not.
Okay. And then knight c5 came on the board.
Bishop takes c5.
Kind of
Rook
forced.
takes c5.
And black's idea after king d3, I assume, is knight b2? Go back to c4 or something? Not a lot of choices. Yeah, okay. Maybe I don't go king d3. Is there any other move? Maybe I can start with rook d5 or something. Even rook d5 here, but why be so fancy? Why be so fancy?
Rook
right?
d5 93?
Yeah, and then, you know, pawns, but why be so fancy?
Pawns are,
yeah, but there's no point in doing that. Just go king d3 from the beginning.
So here, rook d5.
Yeah.
Some other move, nothing that we considered.
Well, I didn't consider that much. No, yeah, knight c7. All right, that actually probably, I assume, has a threat.
This is a very smart move. You cannot move the knight.
Because of
Rook d8.
d8, right?
And then bishop g8.
Right, so let's put that on the board. Like, for example, the move knight b6, rook d8, the king has to go to h7.
G7 is taboo square for
yeah,
your
it's
king.
mined.
Boom.
Boom. And you have to actually step on it, because king h7, bishop g8 forces king g7.
Not really. Maybe I can survive this.
No. That is illegal. There's no way.
How do I survive? I have to try. Nothing else but an attempt at my disposal. Where's the mate? I mean, come on, let's find the mate. There has to be a checkmate here. I cannot believe.
I just have to attack this king, right? That's all
Yes,
I need to do.
only once.
It's funny.
So for example, knight to e6, rook takes c3.
And?
One check.
And? Where is it?
Where's the mate?
Where's the mate? Is it rook g8?
I get it.
But
what after?
no, knight f8 is a threat.
Knight f8
Knight
is
f8 is a
mate.
bigger threat.
Okay, so I'll defend.
Okay, but I'll here I'll take on g7 and go bishop takes g6. Where's the mate?
And then what?
I don't know.
You attack
I'm taking your knight.
You take my knight next move.
I feel we got lost in the variation somehow.
So let's say I defend this knight somehow.
Yeah. It's not over, is
Could
it?
go up.
I mean, it's winning, but not over.
It feels.
It feels like we messed up. It feels like it's winning, but that we still messed
I
up.
don't know if we messed up. Knight to c7. Okay, we're taking it from
the beginning.
again.
Knight b6, right?
Knight to b6.
By the way, is there any other move? First of all, what is white's threat without this knight moving?
I assumed so. Some knight e6 must be some unpleasant threat to deal with. But
Knight
maybe
e6
it's
and
not.
still have rook c8, so it's not such a deadly threat just yet. Perhaps the stronger threat is to go check and then knight e6, but you still have the c6 square for your rook.
Exactly. Maybe it's just a Susma.
Okay.
All right, let's go h5.
h5, yeah, let's make a move.
Let's find some ideas.
Yeah, h5 is actually very tempting because you finally get rid of
You
this.
give yourself another
you
square
give yourself
for the king.
one square, even if it's not much, it's one square.
In some lines it might matter.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Knight to c7. It feels like he's so close to winning it, but I just cannot find the breakthrough.
Yeah, but where is it, right?
Where is the breakthrough? Do you want to take on h5? Let's assume you do. Might be a very wrong assumption.
It might not be. I mean, you can. Thing is, you can even slow play these things, right? Like knight d5.
At some point, you might have to.
You might have to, but it's
Yeah.
also so clear and clean, right? You go knight d5 here or something. Let's improve the knight.
Yeah, it's all about the activity of the kings and the difference between the kings in this position, as well as the rooks. The rooks, obviously, the white rook is much more active than the black rook on c5, which is a good defending piece. Now, the kings, on the other hand, my king is tremendous, while your king is in complete shambles right now.
Yeah.
But you still have to find that final blow.
Maybe we're losing patience. Just go knight d5, bring the knight closer to the king. Slowly, I'll get there. Knight d2. I can even go knight e7 doesn't work because you're actually taking my bishop. Knight f6, bishop f6, but it's not what I want. I get it.
This is probably winning.
It's winning. It's for sure winning. You go
But this
bishop
might
c4.
actually be an easy win.
It might be, but I don't know. At this point, I would be upset.
Just because the king is so
I would be
so
upset
bad.
getting here.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. You have high expectations from your position.
I do. But maybe it's the best, because 92 bishop a2, 94. It's kind of messy.
Now you do have this threat.
I do have this threat, but
that is a threat or not, we're still not 100% sure.
might be
it has-
6 played, so we're actually going to go into the questions asked. JJ is asking the pertinent
Okay,
questions.
That's a check. You have to go to h7.
And there's no choice.
Now it seems like JJ
Yeah, bishop
is
g
speeding up.
Bishop g8, you have to go king h8.
Also, Antipov is speeding up as well. So somebody has seen more than their opponent. Bishop to g8, king to h8. Or do you just give up these checks because there's no other alternative? That might be also the case.
I mean, you mean for black?
For white.
Not for white. Yeah, probably. I mean, you can also just play slow, something like c4.
Yeah, that's enough.
No,
not,
c4.
not
I'm hanging my
not
knight. Yeah,
immediately,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Knight on c7 is still under attack. So what did we look at? We looked at this. Knight to e6.
But 96, maybe rook c8, actually. Which might also be lost, just by the way.
Correct, yeah.
And you
yeah.
can even take and
Take and now try to focus on this pawn. Or
yeah,
maybe
you
just
can
push the pawn.
you can probably just push the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, I think c4 just
You
wins.
have to be careful about knight d6.
I don't think so. c4. I can take on bishop d5. That must be winning, right? Yeah, I mean the knight is just totally controlled.
I would love to get to c5.
Yeah, then we're talking. But with
Yeah.
c5 coming, king d3, king c4, this has to be over.
That is a big problem. Yeah, this is over.
Yeah.
And still your king is so far away from the theater of this position.
Yeah, it's like on another planet.
All right, but still, he's asking the questions, trying to put some pressure on his opponent's time. Do we cheat and turn on the engine?
We can. I think this is just over, so we can definitely
All right,
cheat.
let's cheat.
I think this is plus 1 million.
Not that much.
Not that much, yeah.
Not that
Only plus
much.
2.
Only plus 2.4. So there's still some technical work to be
Yeah,
done.
still some stuff.
All right. And by the way, we're staying with this game because this is the most impactful game
For the
of
tournament.
round as of right now. We
Right.
already have a winner in Group A, that is Yangyi. Nothing can be changed dramatically about the standings in Group A. But Group B definitely has a lot of play left. And this particular game, because once again, if Ali Marandi manages to make a draw in this one, he's going to go on to a tiebreaks against Vazquez. If he loses, then it's actually Antipov who goes into a tiebreaks later on today against Vazquez. Now, if by a miracle, Ali Marandi does win this position with the black pieces,
That's it?
that's a miracle. But then he would win outright. As we see the players. So what do we have there? 17 minutes and 15 seconds for Antipov.
Yeah, it's plenty of time.
And a big opportunity for him out of what seemed like an innocuous looking endgame at the beginning of the round. Didn't seem like much.
Yeah, the beginning of the round, it didn't seem like much, but the more he kept playing, the bishops eventually became stronger and stronger until we got to this position where the bishop on h4 was strangely stranded.
Yeah.
And the conversion, or like the switch into this endgame where the king on h8 is stuck, and a tactical target, I think has been very, very good for the Mizzou player.
Yeah, king to h8, and now he has to find the right configuration. It's not easy. It's not easy, especially with the clock ticking.
Yeah.
Also, it does feel like you have a lot of options somehow. And
I think that's the
whenever you-
worst part of his position is that he has a lot of options.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. It just feels any check, right? You can play bishop d5 if you want.
Yeah, you can play bishop a2 with a clear
a2
conscience.
if you want. any check is available for white.
It feels like every move that doesn't blunder the knight is actually quite interesting, right? Knight d5, king knight e6.
Yeah.
Even knight b5, any check with the bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop d5. And of course, bishop to f7, which kind of creates the most.
Yeah, which is very direct, but it's also kind of concrete. It does kind of put your pieces in a weird.
So
weird
king
situation.
g7 doesn't work because of knight to e6.
Yeah, this thing is very lost.
So king to h7 is the right move. And as we let the players think about this position, we do have the playoffs regulation, Alejandro.
Beautiful.
What can you tell us about that?
Well, it's simple. 2-game rapid match of game 10 with 2-second, I assume that's the delay. If tied, the match will be decided by an Armageddon game, the typical Armageddon game that we play here at the club, which is white has 5 minutes. Is that a 2-second increment?
I surely hope not, but
I surely hope that's not a 2-second increment in
that might
Armageddon.
be.
In delay, we have a delay in the Armageddon. I assume also in the rapid.
It's extremely weird.
This
I
is the
have to
weirdest
say, but
thing ever. Somebody bring me this regulations. I'm tearing them up. Black gets 4 minutes and draw odds. So it's not +2, it's delay of 2, which are equally bad in my opinion.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah,
I don't
the
know.
+2 has to come after 60 moves, so
But delay might be worse. I don't know which one's worse for an Armageddon.
maybe we can.
Can you imagine playing an Armageddon with delay?
Can we get the organizer on call and try to change the regulations?
We're boycotting the tournament until this gets fixed.
We need the Armageddon to be 5 against 4 with
Like
an
normal.
increment of 2 seconds later on in the game, after 60 moves.
Yeah. Also, people thinking, I think this is one of his problems as a player.
Oh yeah.
He's very indecisive sometimes.
Yeah, and look, it's not an easy position, and there's a lot on the line. It is the victory of the event of the line or a potential tiebreak. If he does make a draw, then that's going to keep him on, I think, tied for a 3rd position. So it's a big difference for him.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, and also in price was. I remember that.
Oh, huge difference.
It's a huge difference in prices, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So it is a big money
Yeah, it's a
decision
huge money
right
game.
now.
It's a huge money game for these players. Basically, the difference between making this an extremely profitable last couple of 9 days and an okay last couple of 9 days, right?
Yeah. And
okay, we are being told by our producer that the graphic was wrong, and we will actually
Thank
be
God.
updating with the correct time controls.
thank God.
What happened with Ray? The Twitch chat wants to know. Unfortunately, he did get COVID right before round 4, I think. So
As early as round 4, yeah.
Yeah, he had to withdraw from the event. Unfortunate. At that moment, he had an exact 50%. Survived against Yangyi in a marathon game.
And his games did not impact the standings because they were played before the halftime mark of the tournament, so all the games got annulled.
All the games get annulled. All the games that he played before get annulled. All the games that he plays after get annulled. Different from Brandon Jacobson's situation, where because he passed the halfway mark, his rounds stay, and all of the games that he plays after his withdrawal count as full point forfeits for his opponents, which include some of the leaders of the tournament, Vazquez right now, and JJ yesterday.
Yeah, Antipov is actually the unlucky guy in this mix. He did play Brandon before he got COVID. Actually, just before he got COVID.
Well, we don't know if
not
it's COVID,
but
yeah.
the illness that stopped him from playing further on. King to h8, we're still pondering, and so is Antipov, the next move. We said bishop to f7. We said bishop to d5 is an option. Do we have any other options right now? We can
That's the
start with
thing.
knight to e6.
That's the thing. We
as
have so
well.
many options, right? I just don't know how it changes anything. Because knight e6, I still go rook c8.
Rook to c8. Somehow, I feel happy when you play the move rook to c8.
Do you think that I have to just go rook takes c3 and hope for the best? Because rook
Yes.
c8 takes c4 might just be...
Not yet. So
But-
I guess I should start with bishop to f7 first. Just because if you
Sure,
start
sure,
like this,
sure.
then the bishop on g8
Yeah.
is on pre.
And we're
You
being
have to
told
use a
that
tempo.
Hakobyan and Smirin have drawn. But yeah, continue with this variation.
So
Bishop
let's give a
f7,
check first.
Knight e6
Knight
here.
e6,
Takes.
and just c4. yeah.
But here, knight d6. But okay, we go to the same position. We just talked about knight takes g5, and it's completely winning. And I do think it's completely winning. So
Yeah.
I would not be... I mean, if I'm white, I'd be thrilled to go to this position. Even if I see a position where I'm up a rook, this one is like just as winning.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. And unfortunately for black, he cannot actually save the bishop. For example, if you go bishop to c1, now I have enough time to
go
completely
c5,
block
yeah.
your knight with this move c5. Now
Yeah,
if
you're
you
not
go to
making a
e7,
move
I go
again.
bishop e8, and my pawn continues going.
Yeah, nobody's stopping that one.
And that's the problem. Your king is not getting close to my pieces.
Not at all.
Your king is completely stuck on h7.
Yep.
So this is what we think might be the best solution for this position. And by the way, bishop to f7, knight to e6, as you were mentioning.
Maybe you just have to
You
go.
have to take it.
Hope for the
Buy
best.
the bullet.
Buy the bullet. Hope for the best. If you can mate it, you
Pray,
can mate it.
and that's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing else you can do.
And we haven't seen it. It's not like we've actually found a refutation to this.
No, we said rook to g8.
Yes, rook g8.
Creating a checkmating threat.
Knight d7 forced, but maybe sufficient for now.
Forced.
For now.
Yes. You could try to give a check first, and that actually pushes me to d3. I don't have any other options to get away. I could try to get my king to h3, but I don't think I want to do that. Rook to d2, king to c3, and now you can even take the pawn, but that's just going to close the show after king to b3. So you cannot take the pawn. Knight to d7. Finally, you're forced. Defending the f8 square. Oh, sorry. If you do put the rook on.
Yeah, you take on g5 and then I take the rook.
Game
But
is over.
so you have to start with knight d7.
Yes, you
actually
don't have time for rook to
You
c2.
don't have time for rook c2. You actually do have to start with this. But I haven't seen exactly where the mate is from here.
I don't see it either.
It's kind of weird, right?
It's extremely weird. But we did say this check, and then
Yeah, but at
this
bishop g6
capture.
you have knight f8. I don't know if we missed this at the beginning, but knight f8 is kind of annoying, huh?
We did miss it. That might actually win the game for black.
Yeah, it might actually be winning for black.
Big move. You cannot take on g6.
I could take with the rook, but it's not what I want to do.
No,
No, it just feels off, right?
giving me too many tempies.
Too many tempies. Somehow, black is thinking of coordinating here.
Right, and you're not actually threatening anything.
I'm not threatening anything.
That's the problem. And he's still thinking.
Oh my
Down to
God.
his last 8 minutes.
Oh, that is if you're a JJ fan, that is the good news, right?
That is the best news that you can get right now, because the clock is ticking and the win is not as obvious as we initially thought.
No, certainly not, actually.
And kudos to JJ for actually biting the bullet and allowing this king to get checked around. King h7, king h8. You feel like you're one move away from getting checkmated, and yet you don't. So let's try bishop to d5. I don't know if that's going to improve the position, but let's try bishop to d5. Once again, king h7 is forced.
I think you just play it quickly, right? I mean, you play this quickly and then you start thinking.
So what if I start with the move c4? Oh no.
No, your knight's hanging.
My knight is hanging. That's not good. Knight to e6 is going to be met by rook takes c3. Once again, we don't really want rook to c8. We think that is winning. But now, is there a difference? My bishop is not on f7. It feels like I have a bit more air to breathe around the king. But how can I take advantage of that?
I don't see it. I just don't see the difference. I've been struggling to find a direct continuation for a win. I just cannot find it. I think that you probably have to bite the bullet and do something positional. And we were talking about...
What was the positional option, though? I still don't remember the positional option. You don't actually want to go knight b5 back, right? That's not... No, f5. No,
It's not the end of the world.
No way. No way. Big moment right now.
Yeah, what a huge moment for the tournament here.
Antipov has been twirling that piece of hair for the last 20 minutes.
I've been doing that for the last like 20 years, right?
Yes,
It's like the most telltale sign.
That there is big trouble right now.
There was a Costa Rican IM that actually used to do that on the exact same spot of his hair.
Yeah.
And he eventually went bald on that
Oh
spot.
man, that's painful. Yeah.
Do not recommend.
Yeah, you cannot do that forever.
No, no, no. It's such a bad habit. It looks like it's such a nothing habit, but it's actually such a bad habit. It's lost in thought.
Down to his last 5 minutes.
It's just so nerve-wracking to watch these players. Because JJ, with like an hour on the clock, he's there. He knows he's losing.
Yeah.
There must be some kind of loss. He doesn't see it either.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's such a good thing to not see the
Yeah.
win.
To not
for
see
your
the win,
opponent.
right? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because once you see it, your opponent sees it also somehow.
Yeah.
It always happens.
It always happens. Like you spot it, and your opponent's like, he spotted something. I can see it.
I see it also.
But did you see
yeah.
what happened in Vichy against Mamedyarov?
Oh, of
yesterday?
course,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
it's kind of same kind of situation, right?
Yeah.
The moment Vichy sees it.
Queen to d5. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, he actually resigned.
Mm-hmm. No, that's the thing. That's the thing. He resigned, but Mamed didn't know why.
Yes, yes, yes. Of course, he would have seen it. 100% he would have seen it.
That's what everybody says.
Unless you just take on e1,
Automatically, right?
automatically, your rook is under attack on e8.
The funny thing is that, as one of my students pointed out yesterday, the weird thing about Mamedyarov not noticing Queen f3 is that Queen f3 was already a threat.
Right,
Right.
because you lose a piece.
You lose a
even
piece.
if you take with the queen.
Even
Yeah.
you take with the queen. But he didn't find it. He wasn't thinking this is a threat.
Wow.
So I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't have found it. You never know.
You never know, yeah. Down to his last 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Misha Antipov needs to make a move right now, or he's in deep danger
Yeah, what's
of
going on?
entering some
He's putting
ridiculous
too much
time
pressure
trouble
on
situation.
himself instead of letting the position win itself. If you don't find an immediate win, just keep playing.
Yeah. Keep playing. Bishop to b3. Actually, that's a move we did not consider
Because it's a
for whatever
repetition.
reason.
Because the bishop was on b3. That's why we didn't consider it.
Right. So he didn't actually think for 20 minutes to just repeat the position.
Well,
okay,
he-
that's one repetition.
That's
You
one
gained
repetition,
1
but
minute.
okay, he gains a minute. He doesn't actually get closer to anything. There's no time control in move 60.
But now immediately drops to e6.
So the chat is asking us how you win, but I mean, we've been trying to figure it out for like 20 minutes. We haven't found it.
And we cheated for a second. We saw the assessment of the engine. The engine is saying that white is dominating right now, but we still couldn't find the exact win.
So bishop e6 played. King h7 played quickly.
And I do believe it's knight to d5 or knight to b5.
I think knight b5. So he's kind of shuffling, no? Kind of shuffled his pieces around a bit.
Yes. So now you could take the pawn on a4 if you want to. As we can see, JJ is doubting that this actually works.
I'm kind of
Perhaps
confused about
check.
this. Yeah, check, king h8 is forced.
King h8, now knight to d6, and if this doesn't work,
Yeah,
followed
if
by-
this doesn't work, you gave me a lot of pawns.
that's
but,
a lot of pawns.
But it might work,
So
yeah.
you could
Knight
take
takes.
one, but then king to d3, and there's no follow-up. Knight to f7 is a huge threat. Finishes the game, in fact. What if you try to hide your pieces?
Yeah, the idea of bishop c1 would be the knight f7 check, the king goes somewhere, and you don't have a discovery.
You're not taking any. Oh, but this is just checkmate, right? So you
King
have to
E-
go king g7, king h.
This is the same,
is
yeah.
just checkmate.
So you have to go to g.
To g7.
Sure, g8 is the
Try
same,
to go
I think.
towards.
Yeah, but
F8
knight
or g8.
But
yes.
knight e5 looks like it's almost made, right? King
Knight
f8.
e5, and this is the problem right now.
But where's the mate?
Where is the mate?
Kind of silly, no? But
Well, I don't think you need the mate. You do. So you have this option of, in fact, winning a piece, but unfortunately, your piece also is on pre at the end.
But you had knight f7 instead of rook takes c5, and I think maybe that's good enough.
Knight to f7.
You actually end up losing even more material after rook takes.
And if I do go king to b6, you have knight to c4.
Yeah, and then I pick up the same. Yeah. Wow. Incredible.
Knight to b5. Back to the position that we currently have in the game. And in fact, it's almost 3 p.m. right now, Central. And he needs to hurry if he wants to catch his flight.
Oh yeah, we're being told by my student, by the way, if you go back to that line.
Yes?
It is actually mate. Knight g5 later on. You wanted to throw in a check, but yeah. Knight g5, yeah. And knight h7. Yeah, that's mate.
Yeah. Knight f6.
Yeah, it's mate on
followed by
f7.
rook
Very
f7.
nice. And that's why he's on group A.
That's a checkmate. Yeah. What a position. What a
So,
strange position.
what else can we do here? Because I was thinking, do you start with the move f5 ever? F5 is a very logical
You
move
could.
here, yeah?
Why not?
I mean, this, if you're going to play f5 ever, this is the time to do it.
Get your counterplay, young man.
And when the rook cannot go to d7.
Find your counterplay. And now, let's go rook to b8.
But now knight
reinforcing
takes a4, right?
some sort of a threat. At least my knight is protected.
No, it's not. That's an important point.
Right. It's not right now, but I can go king to d3, and that makes it protected.
But will you? Because
Probably
I'll take
not.
on e4, right? I
Probably
mean,
not. Probably not. Yeah, that's...
it's kind of annoying, actually. Yeah.
so once again, I can give a check.
Yeah. I'll go back.
I can once
Now we
again go
do
here.
a very similar type of routine, but it's not quite the same, right?
Now I go to f1. It seems like the only place where I don't get a check. Perhaps king to e1. Knight f7 still a big threat, but even knight f7 is not that deadly.
It's not as deadly as it used to be, right? It's not necessarily quite mate.
None of this will happen because he played the move h5.
Getting away from a lot of these things and finally giving h6 to his king actually makes a lot of sense as well.
So let's see, because once again, Antipov seems to be ready for this move.
It is a logical move. It finally gives black the breathing room of not having to accept his perpetuals.
Yes.
h5. 5 minutes for Antipov, and everything on the line for this tournament is B group. So what can be played here? h6. If you take on h5, I think black doesn't even take back, right?
Now you take on a4.
I think you just take on a4, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Well, even then there is some danger, right? Rook
Big
d7.
focus. Yeah, rook to d7, knight to d6. So we were actually discussing this position.
Maybe rook d7. And maybe here you take on g6, right?
Why? Just knight here.
But here I start running, no?
With a king?
Yeah.
You think you're going to survive that, huh?
Well, maybe not immediately. Maybe I'll take on c3 first, and maybe then I'll run.
Sure. But then I give you a check.
And I get mated on knight f7,
And
yeah.
I give knight f7.
Yeah.
This is also
Bit of
a
a
threat,
threat.
but rook takes h6, of course.
He's actually played the move rook b8, forcing me to move this knight. Curious. So he might be forcing us to go into. So let's take a look. Knight takes a4, rook b7, king h6. Let's say knight d6. So that is a threat on f7. What if I take, for example, on yes,
Make some more space for the king.
knight a4 played. If knight f7, king h5 finally feels kind of safe,
Yes.
right?
I'm not convinced, actually.
Actually, maybe safe is strong.
Yeah, that's a mate.
That's mate. That's actually force mate, right?
Yeah, this is just force mate.
Knight c3, king d3 doesn't help me.
Let's see where he goes with the king right now. He goes to
He goes
h6.
up. All right. So knight d6. Knight d6 being played.
He's playing very quickly, Antipov, right now. He seems to have spent those last 20 minutes calculating it. Ran away from the board right now.
Funny guy. So knight f7, rook b8 is the huge threat. That's a pretty big threat.
By the way, one of those situations, right? You run away from the board, you know you have... Imagine he had like 2 minutes left on the clock. What do you do as the player that's thinking, knows that the guy just went to the bathroom? How much time do you give him to spend in the bathroom? And do you make an immediate move regardless of the strength of the move, and try to take advantage of that.
Probably not.
What's your strategy usually at that point?
Make good moves.
Just make good moves,
Make
yeah,
good
all
moves.
the time. Yeah, but maybe there's no good moves. That's the thing.
That'd be the thing, right? Because this one is a position that I would probably think in, just because I feel that I'm not that lost yet.
I think it's over.
You think it's over, yeah? It might be.
I mean, this rook b8 might have been the thing that he missed. Because it actually just finishes the game. Like, there's no defense against the checkmate. And it's easy to see that you make more space on h5, and then it feels safe, right?
Yeah, for a second,
But
right?
then you just switch the line.
You get blasted with this one, and it is actually
No
mate,
way.
yeah.
That's the thing. You have one check, and that's about it. You can put it in front of it, but there's not even an escape.
There's no escape at all.
No, you're not.
Yeah, that's just mate. So, let's think. Anything else? Bishop c1, knight f7, we assume is made somehow.
This is the line that your student told us
Yeah,
about.
it's a little bit different, but it is similar.
So bishop to c1, knight to f7,
King g7.
knight takes e5. This is what we said.
We
right?
said knight g5 on the other
No,
one.
knight g5.
Yeah.
And the idea was that
No, you got knight h7.
now there's, without rook on d7.
You
by
have
way,
the extra spot on...
knight takes c3 is on the board. King to d3 most likely will come.
I don't see
fast.
why not. Well... Yeah, but I mean, why wouldn't you play king d3, right?
Yeah, get close to the knight.
And then what?
There's definitely something brewing here. Some sort of idea that JJ has seen.
I see, and we have
Complicate the position as much as he can. But still, so what if I go here, knight to bishop to c1, knight to f. Bishop to c1 seems almost forced. Are we missing anything?
Not really. Knight f7, king g7, right?
Yes.
Knight,
But what if I take on e5?
king...
h6 only move.
Sad, but true.
Because now the rook is not on d7.
Right, so we have knight d7
So
against
king
king
f8,
f8.
knight d7 is coming.
Yeah, I agree.
So you have to go back. But now what if I just play this?
Well,
Oh, but that's
doesn't
not-
have a threat, right?
You're escaping.
Yeah.
Oh, but... Ooh. What if I do this?
I don't get it.
If you take with a king, knight f7 is a mate.
Ooh.
So you have to take either with the bishop or the pawn. Not sure with what.
Okay.
What do you take with?
Let's say with the pawn. Just to
Okay.
see where you're going with this. That's disgusting.
Thank you for taking with the pawn.
That is gross.
Oh,
Oh man. That's a visual.
that is a
Yeah, you don't get that very often. That's beautiful. That's just over, yeah?
I think so.
Whatever.
All right, let's see if we get that. That's gonna be a beautiful end to this tournament, I have to say.
All right.
No. Okay, let's see. Bishop to c1. They're going straight into that line, by the way.
Yes, I think so, right? He's taking on knight e5.
King h6 is the only move.
Yeah,
and
'cause
now if he
everything else just
plays...
gets busted.
Oh,
right?
man. If he plays king h6, g5.
That's beautiful.
But what about bishop takes g5? No, but then knight f7. This is
And then knight f7 picks up the bishop, right?
Yeah, this is over.
Oh, come on. g5, fg, knight g4 is just so beautiful.
Oh,
it is
that's-
actually beautiful.
That's nice.
That is actually
That's-
beautiful.
This whole sequence has been...
You don't get that very often. You don't get that ever.
Oh,
You can play your chess in your entire life, you'll
Okay.
never get that.
I can tell you that he's gonna feel
Yeah.
the boost of energy after this game for a very long time. When you finish a game like this,
It's the last round of the tournament, yeah.
you,
but
you
he
take it into your next 3 tournaments.
and the
you
next
know?
round is very important for him. He's going to be playing Vazquez
Oh yeah.
and for the playoff. Yeah, 5
Yeah.
p.m.
Big moment right now. G5 is the killing blow.
Waiting for Antipov to find the move.
4 minutes, but
G5.
and he makes it.
Very
G5
nice.
is on the board.
So bishop takes, I think, is resigns
Bishop
because
takes
of knight
is
f7.
resign. You have to take with the pawn. But once again, after knight to g4, blocking your last path to escape on g4 and bishop to g8, there is no more checks except rook to d5, which just gives up a rook.
Yeah.
There's no way to get to the defense of the h7 square. He takes with the pawn.
And knight g4 is
Knight to
coming.
g4.
That's going to be gorgeous.
Yes, this is just, this finishes the game.
I'm waiting for Antipov. I think he sees it.
He sees it.
Yeah, he sees it.
He saw it from afar.
A mile away, yeah.
Yeah. One thing about Antipov, he's very good with tactics. Like he's gonna spot this type of tactics quite easily, and he's a very creative player. That is also why he's very inconsistent in his play in general.
No, but he's had
Knight to
actually really
g4.
good knight g4. Beautiful stuff here.
And this finishes the game. H takes g4, bishop to g8.
And that's it.
And this is it. We're going to have a playoff
Yep.
between Mikhail Antipov, who actually started off with 5 draws, and in the last 4 games, he scored 3.5 out of 4.
Very impressive. Very impressive stuff here from Antipov, recovering from what was a...
Managed to recover, yeah. Big recovery for him, and right now, rook to c7, only move, but I think we're going to see a resignation.
Yeah, it's just made it.
Or perhaps you let your opponent give a checkmate. No.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here for Misha Antipov. Catches Vazquez at the top. So Guillermo Vazquez and Misha Antipov finished the tournament with 6 points out of 9, I believe. Tied for first place means we're going to have one playoff today. That'll be the playoff between Antipov and Vazquez to determine the winner of Group B here at the Classic. What a tournament so far, Cristian.
No, absolutely. What an incredible string of events, I have to say. I did not expect after the first 5 rounds, with everybody running away, it felt, with the beat group especially. JJ was running away. Vazquez was also felt like running away, at least in the leadership, couple of positions. And then Misha Antipov, with 5 draws, came back. He somehow awoken out of deep sleep, and right now, 6 out of 9, going to force on tie breaks.
Yeah, and that'll be very exciting.
That's going to be a great show.
Remember to join us at 5 p.m. for that one. 5 p.m. will be when we have our tie breaks. Until then, we still have a couple of games left.
We do still have a couple of games left. Let's see. What
Not
what else do
super
we
relevant
have?
for the standings, but we do still have Group
Is that
A.
Sam Sevian?
No, Sam Sevian is done with the tournament, actually. He was playing Robson today.
And in fact, we do have...
And the only game left in the A group is actually a massively complicated game between Oparin and Gledura, which might not be so massively complicated now that I look at it.
Isn't this completely winning for black?
Because...
Queen d5?
Queen d5, bishop b7.
Queen d5 is going to be met by bishop to b7. If you don't play queen to d5, then bishop takes h3 might be a problem as well. But I think we updated the playoffs format. And
well,
now that we're sure we will have a playoffs, let's take a look at what the new format looks like.
Well, we're waiting for the graphic. It'll be here any moment, of course.
Any moment, any moment.
But exciting to have a play one. There we go. I don't know about that. This looks like the same graphic.
Is exactly the
The
same
exact same graphic.
Oh my goodness, bishop to b7 is a problem. So what can we do? What can we do right now, Alejandro, while the producers squander their beef in the back?
In the back, let's see. It's almost a time situation. Both sides with 24 minutes, so plenty of time for both of them.
That's because they just made time control.
Okay, it does feel like black is winning, but we're not really sure how just yet.
Right. Where's the killing blow once again?
Haven't found it yet. I'm trying to make something like queen d5, rook takes f2 work, or like rook takes f2 immediately, but I'm having trouble doing so. It's not like white has a threat, but
Bishop takes h3.
yeah, I mean it's kind of a threat, right? It's not a
Feels
real,
like a
it's not a
threat,
real
right.
threat.
Why not? I mean, that's an important pawn for the attack, I think. I don't think you can just give it to me like that. I understand you have other ideas. You want to take on f2 and then play d2, and who knows, maybe try to win like that. But so what if I
We're gonna play like queen c3, for example.
queen to c3?
Yeah, something like this.
Okay, so what if I take? What's the
I don't know. I'm hoping bishop f2 works.
what's the killing blow right now? Bishop to f2.
I don't know how it works, but I'm hoping it
Take,
works.
you
I think
go
it
d2.
might work, actually.
Is that it?
Yeah, d2. Sometimes you can actually give up the queen is the problem.
Right, right. So I understand. So you go here. This is just seems
Lost,
losing.
right?
You have bishop g4 still.
You do.
Where's the win?
Kind of funny. I don't see it.
Where is the win? Is the question.
Yeah, I missed this idea of bishop g4 returning to protect d1 actually.
All right.
So maybe not so easy, huh?
Let's take it back a couple of notches. Bishop to c8. Current position in the game. We're not going to cheat on this one.
People wanted an interview with Antipov, but I have bad news for people. There's no interviews before playoffs.
There is no interviews. I think we should probably get,
Should have
get
Antipov here, right?
Antipov, actually, it would be his first interview somehow.
No, he was already here a couple days ago.
I don't think he was.
Yeah, he was. I remember him.
Was he?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
arguing
yeah,
about
that's-
this, but yeah. We'll try to have Antipov. I mean, if he's available around the
If
club,
he's available, we
somebody
would
want
love
to bring him down.
to have him. It was a big game and it was a beautiful game.
It was a beautiful game. I mean, you definitely want to go back through those things. I don't think he will mind showing us that.
No. Once again, big game. This one between, and by the way, these two players are tied right now in the third position. With a win, Oparin would actually tie for second.
No way, really?
Yes.
What a
Out
recovery.
of nowhere.
I don't know, right? He
Out
had
of
such a
nowhere.
bad tournament.
No, he was on -1, and
That's true.
+1 will actually
Yeah, he'll catch up to Mishra.
Mishra.
He'll catch up to Mishra with lone second,
tie
actually.
the tournament, tie for second
Tied for second.
with +1. Such a tight event.
Such a tight event, because we'll have a bunch of people tied then for... Actually, the craziest thing, well, Yangyi would finish first, obviously. Mishra and Oparin finish second and third with 4.5. And the weird thing is,
G7 was played. This is a big-
Theodorou would finish clear fourth
Yeah, with 4 points.
with 4 points, because both Gledura and Bjerre
Lose.
lose. Sam is on 3, so he doesn't get any points. Sam actually finishes last.
Wow.
Wow, I never saw that coming, but Sam finishes this tournament last.
Second player in second rated player in the event. The
Wow.
only other 2700 outside of Yangyi
Yep.
finishes in last position. It just goes to show how talented all these players are.
For sure.
They're just all so good, and sometimes they don't get that elusive opportunity that we always discuss.
Yeah, they don't
King
get
to
that
G7.
opportunity to prove their mettle, and in this one they really do. I mean,
They
this
do.
is one of the beautiful things about the classic series. He's actually played the move King G7 while we were
Exactly.
looking at the
Yes, King
standings.
to G7.
Yeah,
Now,
Gledura doesn't have as much time as we thought. He actually is down to 10 minutes.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, down to 10 minutes. Now, we do think that bishop takes h3 probably is the biggest consideration in the position. But now with the king on g7 and there's no more rook to queen to e8 later on in the game, how do you deal with this problem? Queen to c3,
I wonder what the problem is, though. Like, what is the actual threat?
bishop takes f2. Which, by the way, I'm not sure it's a,
It's a
it's
threat, right? I mean, I'm trying to figure out why you're so confident that that's a threat, but I haven't.
We've been discussing that. And
We've also been here for like 2 hours without a break, so I might have to do something with it, yeah.
Right, all right. So bishop to b7, by the way, was played.
That makes sense. Actually, bishop h3, rook a6 maybe was also winning. I was thinking about that.
That's a very good point.
That if you drop the a-pawn, I mean, the position is just dead, right?
There's no more. Not only that, but rook to a1 is a threat.
Rook a1 is just dead. Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah, that's the big problem. And I don't think you can hide very easily. Like, for example, king to g2, and it does seem like the elusive Antipov has escaped.
Yeah, very elusive, very tricky, and very hard to pin down.
Why did you give me that visual? You should not have said that. Rook to a1, queen to e7, and this is just a forced checkmate.
Very sad mate too, actually.
Yeah.
All right, so that's I think why he goes bishop b7, at least not losing immediately. Challenging black to find a threat, but I'm sure that that's not such a difficult thing to do, right?
It's quite funny because we had dinner before the game against Bjerre, and obviously Oparin was very disappointed in his event, and he was asking me how do I win a game, you know? And I said, you know, this is still a tight race.
Yeah.
Obviously, first place is more or less out of reach, but everybody is close to each other. So if you win 2 games, the last 2, then I think you're going to not catch up with the leader, but finish very strong.
Yeah, and second
And he
is,
said,
I think,
no chance.
No
There's
chance,
no
huh?
chance I win the next 2 games. I might as well win one of them with the white pieces. He was quite confident about that one, but he didn't think that he would be able to win 2 games in a row. And it does feel like he's actually getting quite close to doing so.
Yeah, what a comeback for him would be in this tournament. What a result for these players, because Oparin, I mean, he was just so quiet in this event, losing so early, not winning a game for what felt like forever.
And that the 10 rating points were just evaporated.
Bye-bye, yeah, they just evaporated, and he's coming back, and he's probably not even losing rating now if he beats
No, right now
Gledura.
he's still on minus
6?
something.
Yeah, he's on
-6.
-6. If he beats Gledura, he'll be on like -2 or 1 or whatever, something negligible.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, a big comeback for him. Big comeback for him. We know these collegiate players don't play a lot, so the rating doesn't change that much.
Yeah, they really look for these opportunities. Although Oparin has been playing quite a bit.
Yes, this last semester he took advantage of the fact that he was just about to graduate. As a graduate student, you already kind of you have your affairs in order at that point. So the last semester you take it a bit easier.
So interesting. In this tournament, 5 players will be down rating and 3 will be up rating.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, queen, bishop to b7. Now, how do we make progress?
I mean, the thing I wanted to play a long time ago was queen c3, and I still don't know why I cannot play it. I'm not 100% sure what my threat is, but somehow I like my queen here.
Okay, Alejandro, I have an idea.
All right.
Do you have a threat, first of all?
Who?
White.
White will never make a threat in this game.
So what if I go here? My idea is to go here. I asked you if you have a threat, and you said no. So I assume this is just losing, right?
I mean, first of all, there wasn't a threat before the rook was on f5.
That is true. Good point. Good point. But I played rook f5.
Yes.
You didn't read my mind. You should have.
That was my mistake. I
That was
apologize
your
for that
mistake.
one.
Yes. So after rook f5, bishop e4, rook to e5.
Yeah, but here's just lost, right?
It looks lost.
I mean, that
What
endgame's
do we
lost.
think of this endgame?
Take
Queen,
and
right?
well,
Or this? Is this? You do have 2 threatening pawns. At the same time.
yeah, you're not
this
going
is a
anywhere. These pawns are not
problem
going
sometimes.
anywhere. This king's getting to d6 pretty quickly.
Okay, so here,
Yeah, it's just over. Yeah.
here, here,
Yeah.
here, and now you're just going to be able
I
to.
mean, I just pick
lose
up your
10 pieces.
pawns.
Yeah. Yeah. So this one is actually just simply.
Yeah, but
Really
I
good
still like my move queen c3 for some reason. I don't know. I
C3
like
first,
it. I have
huh?
some kind of emotional attachment to this move. Queen c3 just looks right, and I can't explain why.
I understand. Your attachment. It does feel like bishop takes f2 is a threat. So let's just
It
make
looks like it, but I haven't figured out.
All right, let's
why.
make a random move just to make sure that bishop f3 is.
So bishop
is a
takes,
threat.
takes d2.
You
Now,
cannot put the queen off the first rank because queen c1 is coming.
But
So
what
you
do
have
you
to stay on b1 or d1.
No, but queen b1, queen c1 is resigns. So
Queen d1.
queen d1, queen c1 is also resigns.
Then it's resigns.
I mean, queen c1 is just winning, right?
Then it's resigns. Then bishop takes f2 after queen c3 is a big threat.
Well, finally, okay. So bishop c, but queen c3 has a threat.
Yes.
Yay.
Yes. Bishop f2 is completely winning. If you allow me to get there.
How do you defend?
And by the way, I mean, we're kind of being unfair about this whole variation. Let's just show how this is completely winning, because it does feel like you have bishop f3, but unfortunately rook takes f3 comes on the board. Rook takes f3 is followed by queen to d1. Queen is still pinned. You cannot take on f3. And unfortunately, at any point, king to e2 is going to be met by rook takes f2. Quite straightforward. Yeah, and if you take on d2, I take, and the rook cannot take back. Big moment right now. Queen to c3, one option. Rook to f5, the other option. 17 minutes for Oparin to find this one. And 10 minutes for Benjamin, Gledura, and Alejandro. I think as we get ready for the playoffs, we will probably take a break.
Yeah.
And then we will come back either with the end of this game or perhaps with the playoffs directly at 5 p.m. Central Time.
I think so. I think we will go to the playoffs directly at 5. Remember, 2 rapid games of Game 10 with a 2-second delay. And now with the updated graphics of an Armageddon game, simple and easy, of 5 against 4, and drawouts with black as usual. No increment apparently.
No increment after 60 moves. That's going to make it very, very exciting. All right, well, stay with us or come back to us in just a little bit less than 2 hours. We will be back at 5 p.m. Central Time with the playoffs in the B group between Vazquez and Mikhail Antipov. We'll see you in a few.
Yep. Join us in a couple hours. Be there. Maurice, what a pleasure. Chess in the Parks.
Chess in the Parks. This is where I grew up playing chess. Like, for me, this is home. Playing in New York City, playing in Brooklyn, Prospect Park, even in Manhattan, Washington Square Park. It was always a lot of fun.
Oh, for me, it's always been like that. I've had the pleasure of playing around the world in different parks, and you get to meet these real hustlers. You can see their tactics, their tricks. It's been amazing. And I think New York has the trickiest ones.
Man, those guys in New York City, they have mastered the art of the hustle. First of all, there's always got to be trash talking. Like, there's no chess without trash talking. We play in the club, we do commentary in the club, and everybody's quiet and all that. No, you better take your feelings and park them somewhere, because guys are going to talk about your mama, about your sister, about your best friends, and about your chess moves.
And you have to be on top of stuff. I've seen players there beat up titled players that come in there, confident, strutting like they know what's going on. They say, park players, amateurs, I can beat them up. I've seen them, go home being just on the receiving end of some nasty tricks.
Well, the legends of the park, you got guys like Vinnie Livermore, Ralph Mouth, Lightning Sam. All these guys, they knew how to get inside your head. The point is, you think you're playing chess, but you're listening to them at the same time. They know just the right thing to say to throw you off. And there's an art to that. There's an art to distraction. That's what it's all about when you're playing. And then you had like the nasty tricks. Sometimes in the old school Jurgers, the analog clocks, somehow your side would move a little faster. Like, wait a minute, how come my time is down already? Or you got the hustle where when it got down to the blitz, how suddenly all the moves they made were close to the clock. Every move was on the side of the clock so that your flag would fall before theirs did. It was always some kind of trickery to get your money out your pocket.
Money out of your pocket, but I think you've gone around New York. How did it feel, the experience of playing against them?
Man, I was playing in the park and I get my butt kicked. Getting my money taken, my lunch money taken by these guys. It was just the way you learn. It was just part of being a chess player in the parks. Not only also with the trash talking scene, you had a bunch of guys that's hanging out, sometimes ladies, you'd have music playing. You'd be seeing sirens, police cars were going by. I'm talking about, this was the hood, Fulton Park as well. And we would just, that would be normal for us. So to me, that kind of cutthroat atmosphere where it was all about winning and you might get your money taken really prepared me for what would come when I was in clubs and, you know, everybody be quiet. Everything was just high end.
Yeah, for me it was the same way. I grew up a blitz player. I went in Costa Rica and I just played gangsters. You know, they would like hustle for absolutely no money, but that was all they had. And I had to learn how to be tricky. I actually had to slow myself down when I became a norm hunter because I was just playing too quickly and too tricky. But it's always been part of my culture as well. And I love going around the world to different parks and just seeing people play. Luxembourg Park in Paris, absolutely gorgeous. Around Moscow, you can see people playing all over. I had a great time in Havana, and I was just going around the park, and I wasn't even planning on going to play chess, and I was just seeing some people, you know, playing for fun. I checked it out. Man, they were good. Man, they were solid chess players. You can see the tactics, you can see the tricks. They were playing some theory. I was like, not easy anymore. Park chess can't be underestimated.
You know, it's funny, when I was playing, I remember what the park players, they used to try to play in tournaments.
Right.
But even playing in tournaments, they try to hustle it, right? They keep their ratings down. They wouldn't, you know.
The undersection.
You might, one or two sandbaggers might show up, right? Show that they can play in the under 2,000 section, the under 1,800 section,
2,000,
and try to win money. These guys were 2,200 strength in blitz. But you know, it was funny because they wouldn't be able to sit still for hours on end. They'd be like, yo, make a move, man. Because they're used to going like this. So they'd be sitting there and they'd come out. They would rarely win big money at those tournaments. There was a difference between park chess and serious over-the-board tournaments.
Yeah.
And they would tell me to try to keep my rating down. I was like, come on, man, I'm trying to become a grandmaster. I'm not going to keep my rating low. But it was always about the hustle, and that would keep them back.
It would keep them back, but man, they're tricky. Sometimes you see them play against strong players. I would say even up to FIDE Master, International Master level. And you'd see, man, this 1600, you know, that's not right. That is absolutely not right. How do they know so many tricks? And sometimes the positional understanding, it's not there. It's that flick of the wrist. I'm going to trip you. I'm going to trick you. And very dangerous people.
Auto tactics. Matter of fact, there's a video of me playing a hustler in Washington Square Park, and he tried to take, well, I won't spoil it for people who would watch it, just to say he did a move I'd never seen tried ever, like ever in the history of my playing chess. And it's after years and years, I mean decades of playing, and I played this guy, I was like, this guy actually pulled this hustle, tried to cheat in the middle of a game, and I respected him for it. I was like, that was funny. Like, you actually practiced that and tried to pull it off. He could have done it a lot better. I still would have seen it, but it was a great move.
I think it's just a resourcefulness when it comes down to it. The practice of being resourceful at so many different things in chess, and I love the creativity they bring to it. It's the clock, it's the tactic, it's the jadoob, I'm not really sure.
We're in the pieces. I love that one. It could be on four squares at once. 4 squares. No, my bishop just changed color. What are you talking about? In the middle, you're like, wait, how did that bishop? I thought it was a white square bishop. Now it's a dark square bishop. Stuff like that is just priceless.
And you gotta learn to fend for yourself. Nobody's gonna be like, yeah, of course that bishop. No, you gotta fight for your rights in those games. There's no arbiter to call over. Hey, Chris Bird, can I have a German? No.
You're in the middle of the war, and it's fun. Like I said, the trash talking, the music, the joy of the game, the fun of it, and the cutthroat aspect. You'll see people stand around a chessboard in a park and watching, like they're watching Magnus Carlsen play Hikaru Nakamura.
Because people are showing off. It's when Hikaru and Magnus and all these guys, they play a brilliant move, you know, they played and they might adjust their piece a little bit more than another. You're at a point like, boom, baby, I'm here to play chess. Come watch, I'm playing this brilliancy. It's just a different atmosphere.
And the language will get a little, you know, let's just say we can't talk about that when we're at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Yeah.
But the flamboyance in the language, guys would be quoting Shakespeare. Like, you'd be like, who's this guy? And they're mixing in street with old school, classical, everything. It's just, I think it would make a great show if it was all about park chess.
It would.
I think that made great TV.
Maurice, I'm getting fired up. Let's play some chess.
Let's do this.
Go,
Let's
baby.
do this. This is. I feel like I'm back.
Whoa.
Back. You can't even make moves, man. Come on.
I'm
You trying
nervous.
to cheat me?
I'm nervous.
You nervous?
You're making me nervous,
Play
baby.
chess. Look at this guy. You didn't even.
Hack it.
Give me a break. This is the boring
Boom.
life. This is how you play chess? Come on. My sister plays better than this. She doesn't even know how to play chess.
Do you want to pass from the 4th rank?
Get your queen
out of here.
That lady ain't got nothing.
Not-
That's what you
not
do.
backwards, not
Come
backwards.
on, give me a break.
Forward.
Oh,
Look,
this
passing.
guy.
Do you know how to pass the 4th rank?
Yeah, man.
Well, I tell you, Maurice, I got really strong feelings about the topic of how chess, the generation of today versus our generation.
Old school versus new school you're talking about?
Old school versus new
Yeah,
school.
man, these
it's-
youngins don't know anything about the old school stuff.
But, you know, this is it. This is where I got the strong feelings, but mixed feelings. Like, I love the fact that I had a Germans. I learned so much through analysis and studying and doing it myself. Chess was a mystery, right?
It was a mystery.
It was great.
A lot of times we didn't know what was really going on.
We didn't. We had to press ourselves and really dig deep into the position. And I missed having an opponent. I really did. I was 12, 13 when I got started. Nobody wanted to beat up on me, but nobody wanted to lose either. So I was like always sitting watching from afar because I couldn't get a game, right? Now you got an opponent 24 hours a day, anytime not just an opponent,
Somebody strong.
3,600 opponent, you got
You
a
can play
computer
engines, you can play-
anytime you want. Man, getting the games, the data, like the bulletins of the Soviet championship, that was like gold.
3 months later. 3 months later, you found out about
Gold.
some game.
Right.
That was played somewhere in Moscow or Nixich or someplace in the world.
Right.
And nowadays, it's automatic. It's live when you get it.
6 million database of games.
You mean 6 million? It's like 8, 9 million now. Yeah,
It's
where you been?
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So I'm insanely jealous of the kids of today, the generations today, all the tools they have, the internet. Chess was different, Maurice. Chess was different. Garry Kasparov said it well the other day. Blitz chess was 5-zip. 3-zip if you were a maniac. You're 3-zip.
You mean no increment?
No
The
increment.
time was the time. The hands were like this, shaking.
Right.
You were banging clocks.
Yeah.
Fix your clock. Wait a minute. Fix the pieces.
Right.
What are you doing on your time?
And you didn't know how much time you had left.
Oh,
Today,
no. Them damn
the
flags,
digital,
them flags were hanging. How much time I got? How much time I got? The flags were hanging like this. You were like,
and then you made the time control. And the flag never fell. Like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You had been bashing the clock like nothing, and like you had more time than you thought.
no,
Like,
nowadays
nothing.
they know to the
Second.
tenth of a second
Right.
how much time they had left. And the thing is, even just the idea of studying books.
Right?
Books.
Books.
What are books?
Hikaru doesn't look at books.
Look at books.
What?
They got the databases. They got the engines. That's it. You
That's
just
it.
ask the engine, what's the right move here?
Exactly.
You don't need somebody to tell you that the principle in this position is to control the center.
Right.
A break in the middle. No, the
Right.
computer says, screw your break in the
Bam,
middle.
bam, bam.
It's mate in 6.
Right.
This wins.
That's it.
You're talking nonsense.
That's what Levon had said in an interview. He says, I don't want to spend 20 hours studying an open. I want to hit my space bar
Where's the space bar?
and
And it's
just
all
give me
you
the
need to
answer. Like, people spent, I want to say lives, but that's like studying, you know what I'm talking about, the Sicilian Dragon. That was their pet. They couldn't play the Sicilian Dragon, they weren't interested in playing chess.
Nope.
And they put everything, their heart and soul, into an opening. And today they drop those openings like nothing.
Man,
I got no commitment to you. If you're not producing the result, go.
and back in the day, you stuck to like 3 or 4 3 or 4 openings.
That was a lot.
That was a lot. Like
That
this
was
is
a
what
lot.
this is what you play. You know, if you play the Caracan,
That's
and
what
you
we
play the
do.
French, that's what you do.
That's it.
Now you see these guys play 6 or 7 different things
It's
and
amazing.
know them well.
That's
like
crazy.
this is like I can
Deep.
play the Sicilian, I could play the Caro, I could play the French, I might throw a modern at you.
Right.
You never know. Toss out an Alecan and do something crazy.
Right.
You say, how are these guys playing all these things? And they know the theory, they'll even quote the game, even if the game was played a week ago.
Right.
Got it, yeah, this was just played. It's
Yeah.
incredible, just a touch of the button. And the thing though that's gotta scare you, or maybe it frustrates me, is when they start looking at the classics and saying, the classics.
Like, why?
Who cares?
Those guys didn't know what they were
They
doing.
didn't know what they were doing.
You know, like, they made all of these mistakes. The engine shows Alekine's combination was unsound.
Oh,
even
heartbreaking.
though it took years for people to really analyze the combination. Was it sound? Was it unsound? Quick story, quick story. 2 guys, Viktor Korchnoi, Tigran Petrosian, hated each other. I mean, intense. This was like the rivalry to end rivalries. And I was Viktor Korchnoi's coach. And they got together for a candidate match. Couple of draws, an adjournment, and they got to this crazy position. Korchnoi thought he was winning, and I said, Victor, you got to play G4. No. Ain't playing G4. Ain't happening. No. G4's terrible. We looked, Petrosian took a timeout. We spent 24 hours. Seriously. Michael Steen, myself, Victor, we worked hard, intensely on this adjourned position. I said, Victor, you got to play G4. I caught him in a moment of weakness. Horrible move. Rook C8. Bang, 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 you lose. Okay, he played the right move, H6, H4. He made the wrong move. Bang, 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 you lose. Finally, he plays all the right moves, and it's a draw. He said, see, it's a draw. I go, yeah, but I think the position's a draw. It was a queen versus 2 bishops and a protected pass pawn on C3. We go to the playing hall. I said, Victor, you going to play G4? I go sit down in the audience. Packed, playing hall, dark. And Victor gets to the position, instantly plays G4. Hits the clock. I want to stand up and cheer. Yeah, that's my move, everybody. You know, applaud me. That's what I did. Sit down. Petrosian writes down a move. 10 minutes passes. Petrosian doesn't make a move. Another 10 minutes pass. Petrosian doesn't make a move. 35 minutes pass before Petrosian makes a move. And during that 35 minutes, I went through hell. Torment. Stone cold, absolute fear. What if I had made a mistake in my analysis and Korchnoi loses to his most hated rival? Would be terrible, right? So I'm in, after 35 minutes, I'm in a trembling panic. Petrosian plays Rook C8, the first move that Victor played against me. Bang, 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 bang. Victor won. Today,
That move
there's
would have
no
been
mystery.
seen instantly.
Yeah.
Instantly would have been the best move or the worst move or the right answer. That's why adjournments had to get booted out.
Right.
Just because of engines down. And you look at openings that used to be garbage back in the day.
Right.
Rehab.
For sure.
All of a sudden, White had all these advantages back in the day,
Right,
evaporating in smoke.
Right.
How do you think that has taken something away from modern chess? Has it made it
Absolutely.
less rich, less interesting, or do the players just simply have to be more creative?
Yes and yes, that's the crazy part. It seems to me that chess evolves with these new tools, whatever they are, the internet, increment, chess evolves. Yeah, for me, I love the mystery of chess. Okay, that's taken away, but look what has come in its place. These guys play chess more accurately today than ever.
That's the truth.
The quality of the games are remarkable, incredible.
They are. You know what? Let's play Like the old school days.
Yeah, baby, move it.
They
Come
didn't.
on.
I'm
Hit.
gonna follow Yasser
Hit.
Sirwan's advice.
Oh, yeah.
You know you're scared of this. This
English.
This is what you play
Yeah,
against English?
yeah.
Okay, fine. Let's go.
Karpov,
did this.
baby.
You remember them days playing Karpov?
Oh, it was so much fun.
It was sweet. It was
Look
sweet.
at this, building a fortress.
I'm building
I
a
haven't
for-
even come over to
I
get
even
you.
I'm gonna kick your rear end right
I
now. Let me
haven't
do one of
even-
your
Oh,
favorite
no, no,
moves.
no,
Look
no,
at that.
no,
You
no,
know
no.
you like that.
Okay,
move.
okay. Alejandro,
Yes, sir.
what have you done during this pandemic?
Well, I have to tell you, the pandemic came just such a huge shock
Right? For everybody.
for everybody, and the chess world was affected in many ways. I have to say some positive and some negative. Of course, as soon as the pandemic hit, everything was canceled.
Right.
We had all these plans. The US Championship was about to come up in 2020. We had a lot of team tournaments going on.
It was the Pan American National Championship. Pan Am's are April, right?
Actually, Pan Ams are in December, and we qualified for the Final Four, the National Championship.
That's what I meant, the National Championship.
For the
sorry.
universities. And St. Louis University was, of course, qualified, ready to compete with the best here. And suddenly, we just didn't have the ability to travel. All
Canceled.
gone, all canceled. Wow, that was a tough blow. But luckily for us, in our sport, we were able to move it online.
Okay, very nice.
Oof. We weren't able to manage to make the Final Four online, so that was canceled as well. But slowly, we started getting more tournaments. And I'm happy to say that Missouri has 2 world champions. Not only did St. Louis University win the World University Blitz Championship, but Missouri University, headed by Cristian Chirila, they won the rapid section.
Congratulations. So you guys ended up being world champions.
Right, a tournament.
That's so cool.
A tournament that had never been hosted before because of the pandemic. FIDE was, well, we can host it online. That makes it kind of easy.
Nice.
Very nice.
The St. Louis University, your foreign students, they must have been terribly impacted in all kinds of ways.
They had a tough decision to make. Of course,
Okay.
there were lockdowns around the world, and some of them were unable to travel to America.
Okay.
They weren't able to attend classes in person. Everything was moved online. They had a tough decision to make. Do you want to take online classes from here, or do you want to do it from your home country? And some of them were just unable to travel at all, even if they'd had the desire to come to America. We had visa issues, we had closed borders. It was just difficult for them. And I have to say, it was a very, very tough first semester there with the pandemic. And slowly everything was moved online. We were able to get Zoom meetings. We were able to move all of our classes online. I met with everybody through Skype or Zoom. And
Then you had
life
some
resumed.
Then you had some students that may have been trapped on campus, like they can't necessarily go home or can't necessarily return to their home countries, so they had to stay in the dorms, and
Right, we
that
had
wasn't too pleasant either, right?
No, we had quarantine periods. A couple of my students actually,
Yeah.
they had to quarantine at an hotel for 14 days without leaving the room
Oh dear, that's
just to come
awful.
to university. Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
it was very hard. But things are easing up a little bit. We do have tournaments now, which is it's a big plus.
Right.
A lot of my students, they were norm hunting.
Okay.
They were trying to get that elusive Grandmaster title. They had a whole schedule planned. I'm gonna get my first norm here, my second norm there.
And my next crack is going to be there. That's all snatched away. It's
All
gone.
snatched away, and they had to just be patient and keep their skills sharp by playing online because, well, there were certainly no norm tournaments, right?
Right.
So a lot of them, they said, I have to wait. I'm gonna make myself an online specialist for now, but it's just not the same.
Exactly. Online, unlike over the board, I can play you a 4-hour game.
Oh, of
it's
course.
gonna have, and it's gonna be a cool game, and I'm gonna learn a lot. I am not going to play you a 4-hour game online. I may play you 41-minute games online, but somehow online chess is not conducive to classical chess. It's more blitz It's the arena for blitz and rapid.
And I think I get this asked a lot, especially by amateurs, like why don't grandmasters play classical chess online?
Why don't they?
It's boring. It's just straight up boring. I mean, if you have a tournament and you're playing for something, of course, you add to the mix. And we had several classical tournaments online during the pandemic, but it doesn't have that feel. It's just weird when you're not in front of the board.
I can't see you. I can't make you uncomfortable.
Right.
The clock is ticking. No trembling hand, you know.
And somehow, when you're playing classical chess online, you have to sit in front of the computer for 35 minutes waiting for your opponent to make a move.
Right.
It's just like time's not passing.
Right.
And somehow, when you're in front of the board, 35-minute thing by your opponent passes in a snap.
It can easily go.
Easily. So it's just not conducive, and I think a lot of grandmasters don't like it, and some of them just flat out refuse.
Exactly. I'm not interested at all in classical chess, but online. But then it's the funny part, the opposite happens when we are at an over-the-board tournament. We just had the Rapid and Blitz, which I really, really enjoyed. But I'm even more looking forward to the Zinkfield Cup, which is a classical time control, where the players really sit down and they carefully craft their plans.
I have to say that I'm a huge fan of rapid chess specifically. I think it's this wonderful mix of fast, but also something that can be explained to the public. We have time to go through the games and explain their combinations and their thought process, and they still have the time to calculate brilliancies.
Right.
But there is no substitute for classical chess.
Right.
It just has this magic where you see these brilliant preparations, where you see that every move needs to be precise. And of course, the level of chess is so high now that yes, we do see a significant amount of draws. Yes, we do see a lot of games peter out, but that magic of this brilliant classical chess, it really can't be explained, and it cannot be replicated in any other format.
Right. For me, I just have to say that I like the Grand Chess Tour a lot. This hybrid format, this combination of Blitz and Rapid in a contained tournament, then the classical. The only thing to my mind that is missing about the Grand Chess Tour, we need more events.
We do need more events.
That's it.
But they are coming. We do have more and more events planned in the Grand Chess Tour, and we've had so many join. Now we have traditionally the Paris tournament. I think that was such a great addition to the tour, and we're gonna have so many coming up. But I have to agree with you. The hybrid, I love it. You have the best players in the world, not just in classical, not just in Rapid and Blitz. You have to prove that you're good at every format to be able to win the Grand Chess Tour, and I think that's what's made every tour winner so far stand out.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Yasser.
Absolutely.
Let's play
Come
a game.
on, dude, let's go. We're in the park.
Let's
Time
go.
to make a hustle.
Oof, I know this one.
Yeah,
I know
baby.
this one.
No, don't do it.
Oh, surprising me there. Hakasito.
Oh man, I hate those Hakasitos.
Yo, back in St. Louis at the St. Louis Chess Club. And Yasser, I want to talk about presenting chess.
Yeah.
Presenting chess over the years. I mean,
It has evolved.
it has changed so much. You know, nowadays we got everything. We got computers.
Right.
We've got all the cameras that are showing players from multiple angles.
Internet video,
It's like
audio.
I can't even imagine if I was able to sit and watch Yasser Seirawan in the U.S. Chess Championship, had video of that, to be able to watch it live instantaneously. No, back in the day, they had the kids in the Russian. I remember, you know, they showed this in the Queen's Gambit. They're actually hooking chess pieces and putting them on these giant boards
That's
for
right.
people to follow.
Right.
But the real original, I think, great presentation for chess was Shelby Lyman calling Fischer Spassky.
PBS.
On PBS. Tell us
Absolutely.
about it.
Well, first of all, it was like From Russia with Love, the James Bond movie, where, you know, the evil character is playing chess,
And you're right, it's the moving of the pieces on the stick. And there's no commentary. There's just like everybody whispering, oh my gosh, that's a good move. They got their sets. Shelby Lyman revolutionized chess in America, chess on TV. And it was hilarious because now we watch it, we go, oh my God, that's terrible. The guy would say, stop what we're doing, stop the telefax machine, it's spitting out a move. And everybody would run to the machine and go, oh my God. Shelby had pieces in his pocket he forgot to put back on the board. It was amateur hour and America loved it. They had never, chess was Greek. Chess is Greek. And here's a guy talking about how important the pawn was. You can't lose that pawn. If you lose the pawn, Maurice, you're gonna lose influence over here.
And this was at the time when Fischer was playing against Spassky,
Exactly.
the Cold War era.
Yeah,
it was a maverick American against the Soviet dominance, and he played into that as well as the whole fever
Absolutely.
of chess in America was ready for that kind of commentary.
Front page news. It was amazing. No, I mean, it's ridiculous. Walter Cronkite, the voice of American news. He would start his presentation about the great stories of the day. Boom, 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 boom. But before we get into those stories, Bobby Fischer is leading his match against Boris Gavsky 6-3, and we're going to go into Reykjavik and get an update.
Amazing.
It was like, what?
And
This is fantastic.
And as a result of that, of course, a slew of grandmasters came along, yourself and Benjamin.
That was the Bobby
and
Fischer
the like.
generation.
But we jump ahead and we go to my first time doing commentary. I'm in the Kremlin in Moscow. It's the first sporting event ever held in the Kremlin. Who does a
Beautiful.
sporting event in this political institution?
Right.
But the Intel World Chess Grand Prix gets a sponsorship.
remember that.
Kasparov is able to get that pull as the world champion. And we're in the Kremlin. I'm there for Eurosport with Danny. This is before Danny King and I actually taped. And we're sitting there. And Bob Rice, who's the president of the Professional Chess Association, he says to me, Maurice, the Russians are doing commentary. We Americans, we can't understand anything. Would you mind going up in a booth and just talking and explaining the games, just so that we can follow Kasparov and Kramnik on stage?
For the foreign visitors.
So I go up, they hook me up in this old school booth. I'm like, what's going on? I'm by myself. I got on the headset, I got the microphone, I'm looking down on the stage, and Gary's playing Kramnik, and I decide I'm not doing commentary like old school
Today,
commentary,
with the pawn, the queen
no,
is coming
I'm
in.
gonna do it like John Madden and Mark Albert, like it's pro sports.
Right.
So I'm shouting at the top of my lungs. I'm by myself in the room, so
Right.
and I'm going, oh my God,
He
what a
missed
move! Did
it.
you see what he missed? This is unbelievable.
Right.
I hear that Klara Kasparova later.
The
I
mother
hear
of Gary.
The mother of Gary Kasparov. She can't speak any English, but the sound coming from my voice through everybody else's
The headset.
earpiece that they're
Yeah.
listening in on was so dynamic and interesting that she changed from Russian to English just to listen to me modulating up and down so she could be excited.
understand the game.
Just the drama of it.
Fantastic.
And that's how I started.
That's fantastic. That's a fantastic story. Nothing similar, but there's something I love. There was a match between Deep Fritz and Vladimir Kramnik in Bonn, Germany. And, you know, Germany. So they had German commentators, a whole group of them. And the Germans thought, well, okay, we're going to have one English commentary. One English. We have like Artur Yusupov, Klaus Bischoff, Helmut Pfleger, all of these Germans all lined up. And there was me, like you, in the one booth. So I did my commentary, and unfortunately for Vladimir, he lost to the computer. That was the checkmate in one move.
Yes, on 8-7. Terrible.
Pain. I go down the escalator, and this German man with the heaviest German accent says, Mr. Shervan, thank you. I change digit. I listen you.
English very good. English Schwein nicht gut. And I got the bottom line is people were not only interested in the chess, but they were also interested in how you present the English and the English words. A lot of kids have come up to me and said, I learned how to pronounce Najdorf or Emprise or Fianchetto from you. And I was like, what? I'm the worst.
The base, what you would think would be the basics. And you know, you talk about that even in this digital age where now we have all these presentations in fancy ways and cameras and multiple angles, you still get characters. And you tell me about a character, a commentator, who has this distinctive voice.
Oh my gosh.
The way he presents.
From Sharjah.
Please tell us that story.
That was terrible, terrible, terrible. So Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates was hosting the World Blitz Championships, the World Rapid Championships, and they poured all their money, all their resources into the playing hall, the prize fund, the hotels, the ambiance, and somebody said, oh my gosh, we're gonna show the games live, you know, just the moves, but maybe we should get a commentator. So there was a Grandmaster in residence at the Sharjah Chess Club. And it's sort of like, phew, he didn't even know it, but he was put there. Well, I've got to tell you something. I mean, he'll go nameless, but I just have to say he was the worst commentator I've ever heard in my life. And he would be talking like this. Ooh, you see Magnus, look how he played. 2 bishops, so nice. Oh my God, what he do? He give up 2 bishops? Why? Magnus, he know, he understand. I was like, you gotta come over. This is great. We were laughing. The guy became a cult figure because he was just so awful.
Well, let's get started.
Hey, let's
and we can
rock.
do commentary.
Yeah,
You're
baby.
playing a Sicilian?
Oh, come on.
I'm going to sack a
Morgan.
That's right,
No way,
Morgan.
baby.
You don't accept the
Not the Morgan.
Yes, a Cyril.
No
you should be
kidding.
ashamed of yourself
Oh, yeah, you
playing
see
this
my tears.
boring chess. I can't believe this. We got to go into Maroczy Bay.
Look at my
Oh
tears.
my God,
Yeah,
I can't
baby, give me
believe.
that.
Look at this guy. This
Give
is the
me
guy.
that.
I'm just going to cackle. Yo, man, what's up? What's up? Listen,
good.
we're here in front of the St. Louis Chess Club, and it's the world famous club. As you know, we live here all the time, but there are great clubs all around the world.
Absolutely.
And I gotta say, there's great clubs in New York City.
yeah.
For sure.
I
If you're gonna
played
talk
in a
about
lot of
clubs,
them.
you got to talk New York City. The Marshall Chess Club. I was
Fantastic.
champion of the Marshall Chess Club. Let me just humble
No
brag.
way.
Absolutely. You know, that club was pretty strong, and somehow I managed to win a championship there. But the importance of clubs for chess, especially now in the digital age.
Yeah, in the past, you couldn't overstate the importance of the club. The club was the place, it's the hub, man. That's where everybody went. That's where we talked to each other. Do you know about the Russian championships? You got the bulletins. We traded books, we traded stories. We analyzed, we played. So the clubs, especially in the 70s, 80s, 90s, man, that was the gathering place. And on the West Coast, we had a marvelous club, the Mechanics Chess Club, San Francisco. I've been there, did lectures, played there, and that club from the 1850s, right? Still a vibrant place today. That's like a marvelous place. In New York, what was your favorite hangout?
Well, you know, like you said, without the clubs, how do you find players?
Exactly.
I remember going to the Manhattan Chess Club. The Manhattan Chess Club no longer exists now,
wonderful
but it was an institution. In fact, the Manhattan moved into the Carnegie Hall building.
Exactly.
Like, you know, you
Up
were-
on the 10th floor.
When you arrive as a musician, you go to Carnegie Hall.
Of course.
When you arrive as a chess player, you go to the Manhattan Chess Club.
Exactly.
And I remember going into the Manhattan Chess Club, and you've got all these famous grandmasters in there, and we'd have Friday night blitz.
Right.
And I would
played
walk
in those too.
I would walk in, right? And I remember once I walked into the Friday night blitz, and there was Steve Emmett, the tournament director, and I said to him,
Jeffrey Kastner.
No, in particular, I remember Steve Emmett. When I walked in, and I said to Steve, "Who's playing in the blitz tonight?" And he says to me, "You can't ask who's playing in the blitz and then not play." He thought I was trying to,
to hustle.
get a fast one, hustle.
Right.
I said to him, "I only want to play if there's strong players playing." And he shot. He said, "Well, we've got Benjamin, we've got Fed, we got DeLuge." I said, "Sign me up."
Yeah, I'm in.
'Cause that's the kind of strength level you had
Precisely.
at that club, and you always wanted to play. So it allowed me to get stronger as a player. If there were no clubs, there was no internet and stuff to be able to just jump on and get a strong player anytime you want. You needed a club in order to make that happen.
No question about it. And for me, in Seattle, when I was growing up, we had the American Chess Service, the ACS, and we had a guy organizer. There's always one organizer who is, there all the time. Robert Anthony Karch, we called him Rack. And Rack organized tournaments, I am not kidding, nearly every weekend. Congresses, I remember playing in these, at any kind of holiday. There was a Thanksgiving Day tournament, there was a Columbus Day tournament, there was a President's Day Open, all of these tournaments. And that's where I got strong. That's where I cut my teeth and, sharpened my game, and where I actually met all my friends. Now today, you want to talk about a digital age, my gosh, it's all online, which has been good in many ways. But I miss this. The camaraderie
at the club.
Move.
I'm thinking about old school clubs like the Flea House.
Oh, brilliant.
My good homeboy Willie Johnson, we call him
Right.
Pop. He'd tell me about the days in the Flea House where he'd come out.
Absolutely.
He'd see Djibril hanging
Right.
out, and those players.
Right.
You know about the Flea House.
Oh gosh, yes. Okay, I go there in 1977. I'm 17 years old. I'm strong as an ox, surfer, swimmer's build, long hair, afro actually here. Come in, and the guy says to me, "You look like you're looking for something. What are you looking for?" I said, "A chess game. Social or for money?" "I play for a little money. Come with me." Brings me to the table. Guys holding court. Got a new customer. The guy says, "Where are you from?" I go, "Seattle." He goes, "Seattle? That's close to Alaska. Alaska gets night odds." Now, understand me. At that exact moment in my life, there was one, possibly two people in the entire United States who could play even with me. They were Walter Brown and Bernard Zuckerman, and that was it. Everybody else, if I don't recognize Bernard Zuckerman or Walter Brown, you're toast. Guy's giving me night odds.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I don't know what I did, Maurice. Seriously, I was just like lollygagging, and I don't know, because there were side bets going on. I got confused. I lost the game.
What?
I lost game one.
Night odds?
I lost game. The best thing I could possibly do. Everybody jumped on the next game. I wiped them out. We played even, but he gave me time odds, 3-1. I wiped them out. We played even, 3-3. I wiped them out. I gave him 3-1. He says, come tomorrow. I show up the next day. Asa Hoffman comes in. That's their champion. Asa took one look at me and said, "No, we're going out to dinner. I'm going to treat you at Ray's Pizza. You're going to wipe me out." And everybody in the Flea House, "He's a kid."
That's an awesome story. You remind me of the days of a club that is very little known, the Kingsman Chess Club.
Don't know it, no.
The Kingsman Chess Club were a group of largely African-American players in Brooklyn. I ended up growing up with people who were from the Kingsman Chess Club, the Black Bear School.
Yes,
but the
mentioned.
Kingsman Chess Club, there were some serious players, and as a young expert, budding master, I would play against these guys, and John Evans, I remember. Of course, Willie Johnson was a part of
Right,
it,
you've mentioned
and the
so many
like.
times.
And it was because of a club like that that you could go to, that you could say, here's a serious player, here are
Right.
people you could sit down. It wasn't just blitz, it was even over the board, but casual over the board.
Right.
You don't do that nowadays.
Right.
Nobody sits down and plays games without clocks and time. No way in the world. But it was a place like that where I could go and grow as a young African American in Brooklyn.
Right.
Without that club, I don't graduate.
And add to everything you said, you play a wonderful game. And then the guy says, no, man, I was doing great. I should have played this. And you analyze. And the next thing you know, you start appreciating the fact that you missed ideas. Somebody else, spectators come in and they go, no. That was fun.
Yeah, the fun part, of course, is, as you said, the kibitzers on the
Absolutely.
side. Hey, why didn't you do this? Everybody's 200 points stronger when they're on the side, and they're just talking, and you're what do you mean this and that? And that kind of camaraderie, how do you find it in a digital age? You just don't. That is a lost art.
Yeah.
And I used to love that about the analysis. Everybody's hands on the board.
Right.
You got to have rules now. You can't put your hand. If you touch the board, you got to put money. You have to put money. You touch our board.
Right,
Forget about
right.
it. That's the kind of stuff you just miss when you're always doing it on a computer online.
No question about it. That's the downside. There was one downside of a club I just got to mention. I had a club that I went to, and I cycled to the club. And frankly speaking, it was 20 minutes to get to the club, but that was downhill. It was an hour coming back uphill. You get to the club and there was nobody to play.
Oh, that's the tough part. I agree.
Nobody to play.
The digital age is quite different. You always have somebody to
Exactly.
play. And it's a great thing to have someplace like the St. Louis Chess Club.
Oh my goodness.
Where everyone can come and enjoy a game. And the best part, there's people like Yasser Sevian,
Maurice Ashley,
a Cristian Chirila, and an Alejandro Ramirez. Grandmasters everywhere.
Absolutely.
Hanging out. Always nice.
Always nice.
Let's play.
Let's play.
E4, you don't play E4. You give me a night out.
Bring it.
Oh, man, this is getting good. This is getting good.
Right. Okay.
Chinese variation.
Oh, I don't know that stuff. Yeah, that's too modern.
2022 Summer Chess Classic, and I'm Alejandro Ramirez here with Cristian Chirila to bring you the tie breaks. Cristian, we have a tie in Group B.
Oh, yes, we do. So Group A, of course, was finalized earlier in the day. Yangyi clinched the title, took home $6,000 and the championship. But we still have Group B, and what a finish it was in Group B. We had the very important match between Antipov, who was trailing the leaders, that is JJ Ali Marandi, by half a point. He had to win in order to force a tie breaks against himself and Vazquez, and he did in spectacular fashion. That was right now. We do have a big tie breaks between Vazquez and Mikhail Antipov.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings for the tournament. Let's actually start with the Group A. Pretty straightforward here, actually. A dominant performance by Chinese player Yangyi. He scored a brilliant 6 out of 8. Remember that we did have a dropout from the tournament as Robson wasn't able to finish. Grigoriy Oparin and Abhi Mishra both having very different tournaments. Abhi actually starting pretty strong, and Grigoriy returning to strength from a weakened position at the first half of the tournament. Both end with a +1 4.5 score. Excellent event for Abhi, certainly. Also an excellent event from Nikolas Theodorou, who finishes his tournament with 50%, one of the 2 lower-rated players of the event. He certainly must be happy with that one. And meanwhile, with 3.5 points, we have actually a big tie. Benjamin Gledura, Aram Hakobyan, Jonas Bjerre, who must be quite disappointed with this tournament considering his standing only 2 rounds ago.
He lost 2 rounds in a row.
2 rounds in a row. It's not definitely can't be feeling good. Ilya Smirin also with 3.5 points, and Sevian actually probably the most disappointed player from this event, finishing on a very weekend 3 out of 8.
No, absolutely. And let's see what happened up to this point in the B group. In the B group, we have Mikhail Antipov and Guillermo Vazquez, who both scored 6 points out of 9. They will be playing a playoff in just a few minutes.
Yep.
Kamil Dragun, JJ Ali Marandi tied for 3rd position. In Seoul 5th, we have Christopher Yu, who actually won his last game and scores 5 points out of 9. Tied for 6th, we have Zhou Jianchao, who flagged in the last game against Christopher Yu. Tied with John Burke. Actually, you are right, Alejandro, against Checa, who is in 8th position. Tigran Harutyunyan had a horrendous event. He lost today and is sitting in 9th position. And of course, Brandon Jacobson, who had to withdraw after 5 rounds in 10th position.
Yeah, so we're just waiting, biding our time really for this to start. Guillermo Vazquez will be playing with the white pieces to start off his match against Mikhail Antipov. That was decided completely randomly. We can go over the format for this playoff as we are about to get started. It's pretty straightforward as we have the graphic here. 2-game rapid matchup, a game +2 with a 2-second Bronstein delayed. I don't know why we're using delay, but we're using delay. And if tied, the match will be decided by an Armageddon game. And that one, of course, is the traditional 5 versus 4, with black winning in case of a draw. No increment at all in that one.
Yes, and that is quite unusual, right? Because in general, we get an increment after 60 moves. At move 61, both players start getting 2 seconds increment. Unfortunately, well, for the player, I would assume with the black pieces, in this case, he will not have that option to rely on. So the game has to be finished before that.
Yeah, and we've been trying new Armageddons, and as my comment there is finishing up the rules for the players. I think they've been trying all kinds of Armageddons recently. I mean, Norway just tried a completely different type of Armageddon than we're used to with the 10-minute against, I think,
7 minutes.
7.
Yeah.
But you get 1 second increment for move 40, which the players, I think, were not a huge fan of.
No, 10 minutes versus 7 minutes, and then you get an additional increment after only 40 moves. That seems a bit low.
Yeah, but the 1 second was nothing.
Yeah, 1 second is not a lot. That is true. So if you are building up an advantage as white, in that case, you still have quite a significant advantage.
In time, yeah.
On time, yes.
All right, you see my cover there. International arbiter, and of course, the international arbiter for this event, finalizing the rules here.
Absolutely, and let's not forget that Mikhail Antipov, actually, this might be one of his first events where he's playing with delay.
That is funny. Actually, I don't know if Vazquez has used delay too.
Well, Vazquez has been in the United States for a while.
Yeah,
so
but
I
when
would
was the last
assume-
time that you saw delay in an American tournament?
Right,
It's been a while,
that's the
right?
question. But still, he's been here for a very long time, so I assume that perhaps he had the option of playing. Mikhail Antipov only came to the United States in March this year, so
March
he
this year, okay.
hasn't had a lot of time to experience with delay, and he is asking some questions right now.
Yeah, and quite honestly, delay is something that only exists here.
In North America, yeah.
I've never seen it anywhere else.
I haven't heard of it before I moved here as well. All right, let's see. And these players actually know each other quite well because they've been playing a lot in collegiate events. We've seen them battle it all out in World Collegiate Championships, individual and team. And I have to say that Vazquez, especially in online games, has quite the upper hand against Mikhail Antipov. Yes, he beat him quite a few times.
Oh,
Now we see
B3. Take a
B3.
look at that.
So I know that Misha is definitely looking to get some sort of a revenge. D3.
How did they do in their E5?
We discussed this a long time ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he plays this, Vazquez that is, he plays it online all the time.
D3 and E5. What if you take that pawn?
D4.
Oh, wow. Well, all right. Let's see this prep.
Yeah.
The prep is coming.
Let's see. He analyzed this recently, so we'll see if...
It must not be super pleasant to actually face this over the board with the white pieces.
Yeah, let's... you know, I'm sure Vazquez has some ideas in this case because he's been playing it a lot online.
A3.
A3. No,
Passive move, but it does prevent bishop
bishop
b4 check.
Yeah, bishop b4 is a big issue, right? Now you have the option of going bishop to g3, or you can go even bishop to f4 and try to perhaps get the bishop back to b2. Bishop f4, bishop c1, bishop b2.
Guaranteed of things that won't happen. Bishop all the way back to g3. So black is basically just down a pawn, but in exchange he has tons of development, and he's made a lot of useful moves, whereas white's moves, not as useful, right? This bishop has been hopping around. A3, b3, d3 also not as useful as developing knights, opening up your files and bishops. So certainly compensation. Is that enough?
That is a very good question. And now with the bishop on g3, we do see the incapability of white to actually develop the light square bishop via g3, bishop g2, the fianchetto bishop.
So I assume e4 at some point.
E4 has to be played. For that reason, I'm looking to perhaps stop you, or at least try to stop you from doing that with either bishop to c5.
No, bishop c5 looks very logical in this position. It's annoying to get this bishop on f1 back into the action.
Exactly, yeah. Bishop to c5 would be my initial instinct. Now, of course, you put the bishop on c5, then b4 could potentially come on the board, followed by knight to d2 and knight to c4 if you decide to put the bishop on b6. I have to target the dark square bishop and at some point make e4 or e3 possible. In the meantime, of course, black is going to finish his development, try to focus his cannons, the rooks, on the e and d files, and try to put pressure in the center.
Yeah, this is a great one, actually. This is a great sacrifice. I really like it. Not so much of a fan of his time management, though. It's been an issue, I think, for Antipov. It doesn't really matter what type of chess he plays, where he spends a little bit more time than I would like for him to do so. Bishop c5 played, it was something that you could have played instantly and then figured it out, right?
And let's see, I do see that Vazquez replied immediately with b4 as we anticipated.
Yes.
Bishop to b6, so they're kind of going into that variation that we discussed. And c4 now.
Yeah, c4 was a big question. It does look a bit risky because I could even take on c3. But
you might have to, right?
As black, you mean, right?
As
because
black.
C5 is coming.
C5 might be a problem.
Yeah, maybe there's no option. But I don't think there's an issue, right? Like, you can take and castle or something like this.
Castle, and what if I go e3 now? But that's the thing, right? If I manage to stabilize the position, I am a pawn up. If I get bishop e2 castle, I can consider myself almost in a winning position.
Yeah, you're super thrilled with the position then. You got a great Sicilian and the extra pawn. No, I agree with you. But if you don't take, you don't have too many things to do. He's taken on c3. So maybe he needs something more immediate here. But what is it? Because f2 is covered, which is important in many variations. Somehow knight d4, for example. F2 is always covered as it is.
He's losing momentum. I feel.
You feel so, right?
Unless he finds something immediately, this position is starting to look like black is losing some momentum. And he's done it. He
Yeah.
has to find something. He has to create some imbalances, and he does so with the move a5. a5, probably b5 has to be played. In the absence of the dark square bishop on the queen side, you cannot really take on a5 and allow bishop takes a5.
No, not at all.
So b5, knight to d4 is on the board.
No, the most logical move is to go e3.
e3, of course.
I don't
yeah.
see an issue for it right now. Takes you can take with the queen. And I'm taking advantage of the fact that d3 is kind of defended because I could play rook d1 and you're pinned.
Perhaps even castle.
Perhaps even castle if you want to be fancy about it.
Why not?
Yeah, actually, why not?
Knight takes d4 is on the board, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
I'm very curious why not e3.
Queen takes or bishop takes is the question that Misha is right now.
Queen
pondering.
takes.
I like queen takes.
Yeah.
And I think he did, yes.
I also like it. Rook c1, I guess assume is played here, right?
Rook c1 or queen to d2 or queen to c2. You have actually a lot of options. Rook to c1.
I like rook c1 because there's no other file for the rook to go that's so obvious.
Get the rook off.
Get
this
the
pin as
rook
well.
off. Yeah. For a lot of reasons, I like this better.
Once again, white is one move away. e3, bishop e2.
Yeah, but e3
from
bishop
stabilizing.
e2 stabilizes the position completely, actually.
Yeah, so black has to once again find something. And he plays a4.
All right, so
Makes some sense. You want to open up.
e5, queen c5. This feels
Right. Try to
kind
target
of
the pawn on
wrong.
a3. Bishop to a5 is also an attempt at creating some imbalances. How do you continue this one? And by the way, e3, queen c5 is on the board.
maybe you should just play bishop e2 here.
Bishop e2, and if I take, you
and
go
you just
castle.
castle.
Finally, you castled.
Yeah, you do get your pawn back as black, which is huge. I'm not gonna say it's not, but I start liking white's strategical center. Queen c2, rook a1 is gonna be a threat against the pawn on a4. The position really comes down to whether the pawn on a4 is more of an asset or a liability.
Exactly.
And it feels like it's more of a liability.
For the
than anything.
moment, at least, yes.
Yeah.
So now the question is, after bishop to e2, can I start with the move bishop to a5, and does that help me at all?
It might, because the idea is that on castles, bishop takes c3, it looks like I do have a pin on you, but how do I exploit it? Because maybe queen c2,
I
you
do
still
have some
knight
knight
d5.
d5 ideas. Nevertheless, I mean, d5,
e4.
e4. Such a complicated battle right now.
Yeah, but it didn't look like it was going in black's direction.
No, and the
No,
problem
if
is, in the
yeah.
absence of the bishop on
On
b6, pawn on c7 is
Extremely weak, yeah.
So I was looking at ideas of exchanging the queens, but now it just doesn't look good.
No, the pair of bishops too strong in this position, right?
Pair of bishops, the pawn on c7 is going to fall very soon.
And the pawn on a4, honestly, is...
And he played it. He played bishop e2.
Yeah,
Makes a lot
I
of
think
sense.
it's a very logical move. You don't want to. You couldn't even defend a3. I think you.
No.
White's job is easier because you just can't defend.
The
it. Don't
only
think
way to
about it.
defend it would be with knight b1, but then you give up b5.
Who plays that, right? No, bishop e2 makes a lot of sense.
We do have some moves. Queen takes a3, I think, was played. And castle. Is that?
Yeah, queen a3, castle on something, but I couldn't see what it was.
Yes, queen a3 castle, and
Knight
now knight
d7.
to d7. Knight is redirecting
Really?
towards b3. Yes, if you can manage to get to b3, I think you will be quite happy.
What happens on knight d5 here?
Oh, that's a very pertinent question. He decided not to play that? Really?
What?
Okay, unfortunately my board is not updating, so perhaps we can see the actual bird's eye view. Knight to d7.
Why do I feel like I'm down a tempo?
Because we are. How did we how did we get here? Okay.
Wait, what? Queen c5, bishop e2 takes on a3, castles. Knight d7, it should be white to move, right?
The only way I see this is knight d5, castle, knight c3 back.
But that didn't happen.
That makes no sense.
Am I the only one that... What?
Somehow Antipov stole two tempes.
That's pretty good. You should teach me this trick. Yeah, the trick.
I don't know how he did
the
it.
Mizzou trick, right?
I don't know how he did it.
What is this?
He stole two tempes when we weren't watching.
What?
How did he do it?
How did he do it?
Ah, okay. I know. He made castle here. Bishop to h4. Knight to d7, bishop to g3 back.
No way.
Yeah.
Why would you play bishop h4 though?
To target knight
But also,
d5,
why would you
try-
put the bishop back on g3?
That is the
I don't think that's what
question
happened.
to answer. Because knight d5 just looks like a much better option.
I
By the
mean,
way, why not knight d5?
I'm like confused. We need to actually get the shot with the camera because we don't have the position.
Yeah.
Our lead chess is not updated.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we will stick with this one until the game's update. Especially because we're also entering the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, and because we're extremely confused about how we got here.
I'm not going to complain. As
a
the
coach?
coach of Mikhail Antipov, I'm not going to complain. Look, you found a magic trick to gain 2 tempis. Take it. Take it and run away with it.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out later.
Somehow, even with 2 tempis down, it does feel like that knight d5 is just coming.
I mean, the thing is knight d5 is
Weakly.
coming, and anything you stick on c5, I'll go d4, happily expelling.
Yeah, no, I still
I still hate black's
am
position.
not
right?
in love with his position. Hate is a strong word, but yeah, definitely not in love with his position. I was thinking bishop to e6 maybe, try. Again, I really want to not allow you to go knight d5. But bishop e6 is going to be met by bishop to f3.
Yeah, bishop f3 is a big issue because actually defending b7 is uncomfortable. It also prepares knight d5 again. You don't want to lose the pair of bishops as black. And I could always consider going d4. And,
It's not a great position.
And d4 at that point actually threatens to trap your bishop, right? I could even start with the move d4, threaten to trap your bishop. Ask you if you really want to play bishop b3, where the bishop is nicely anchored, but let's be real, it's very offside.
Yeah. No.
And the time difference is huge at the moment.
That's a big problem for Misha right now. 3 minutes and 45 seconds and counting. 6 minutes and 30 seconds for Vazquez with the white pieces and definitely the superior position. Bishop
Bishop e6 played after a long think. Siasser likes to say, same move faster, it's just better.
Yeah. Bishop
d4
to
is an
F3.
issue. D4 is a real issue here.
D4 immediately.
It doesn't really matter which move order, I think.
I like this move, bishop to F3.
I like
it's
it
just
too.
a practical decision.
It's a little cagier.
Yes. Keep your options open. Knight to c5.
Yeah, but here, d4, knight b3,
D4, knight b3, yes.
rook c2 still feels like black is hanging on more than...
At least I have some active pieces, right?
Yeah.
That's the only thing he can hope for at
Yeah,
this point.
Yeah, that's
Just
true. Let's
feels
go.
like-
You have to take your chances, right? And
have
what
to.
are black's chances here? Because they're not very much. You got to have some activity. The pawn on a4 is somehow queening in certain variations. You might as well.
The a pawn.
The a pawn, yeah.
That's the biggest option and chance that you have right now.
But I think Vazquez should just say, I don't believe you. D4,
could.
knight b3, rook c2.
He could, yeah.
And ask questions, right? Very pertinent questions there.
Yeah.
So it actually was very similar. He played bishop e5, knight
Bishop
d7, bishop
E5,
g3.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
And then Antipov didn't repeat, which is the crazy part of me. Like, why wouldn't you repeat there? You think you're better? What?
I don't know. By the way, we're once again not using the engine, so.
Yeah. So we have no idea, but we would expect white to be better. here,
D4, okay, D4 is on the board.
So d4, yeah, and our board is back. D4, knight b3 looks forced to me. I don't see any other choice.
D4, knight to B3.
Do you have another move? No, right? Why are you
No,
thinking?
I think you. Perhaps he's looking at bishop to B3, but
Hate
that
bishop
doesn't make any
b3.
sense.
Yeah, queen d2, and where do you put your knight?
That's the thing. Same move, faster.
Yeah,
Play
I
knight to B3.
You have to play knight b3, right? There's no choice. What am I missing here?
That's one of the things about
Misha, yeah.
Misha. He sometimes finds some sort of extremely weird way to play normal positions. He always looks for some weird moves. That's one of his
He has
things.
2 minutes left. What is he?
He needs to play knight to B3. Come on,
Right?
play knight to B3.
He
There
did
we
play
go.
knight b3,
Finally,
but,
like a minute too late.
do it, yeah, exactly. Do it 1 minute faster. It's a 10-minute game.
A minute too late. You just have to play faster.
Kyle, you're
Yes.
stressing me out, dude.
Knight to B3, rook to C2.
Yeah, but rook c2 was such an obvious move, and I like that Vazquez does the obvious move played quickly.
He's a much more practical player, it seems like.
Yeah, definitely. So bishop b7 is still a threat.
That's a big problem. D5 also is starting to look very threatening.
Yeah, it is a bit of a threat. I still have...
5, E4, start pushing
Yeah,
the pawns.
start pushing the pawns, start maybe even focusing on the king side.
Okay, now Antipov needs to find a way to coordinate his pieces and try to get this A pawn rolling down the board. And he goes knight A5.
God, what an ugly move.
Now, with an obvious threat, bishop to B3 is a threat, so you have to defend against that, but D5 just seems like it plays itself.
Yeah, D5 is one of many.
Bishop
Bishop
D5.
D5 also. I mean, at this point, I think I had too many options as white, and Vazquez, being a very practical player, just chooses one of them, doesn't really spend too much time.
Perhaps-
D5 looked very strong. Bishop D5 also looks very strong.
Let's have the bird's eye view until the end of the game, because right now it does
fast
feel
for
like
us, yeah.
Antipov has 1 minute and 35 seconds.
Ooh,
and he
C6.
just played this ugly looking move, C6.
Wow.
I really don't like this.
Maybe he just didn't see a choice, but giving the E5 square to this bishop.
Takes C6, F takes C6. This is such a bad structure for black right now. Also, take on
Yeah,
C6.
take on C6, Queen A1, honestly, could just be
Yeah,
very
simple,
practical and very simple, right?
This pawn structure is just so detrimental to black right now.
He's gone Queen G4. He said, I want to mate you.
Yeah, he's going for the E6 pawn, Queen to B3 played.
Yeah.
Okay,
Quickly,
now
at
at least this gives some
Yeah,
options.
I wasn't so sure about the move Queen G4. I think it's a move that's more tempting than it is good.
Yeah, no, I like this. It gives a couple of tempies
Yeah.
to the black side. Because right now you have to defend, either with Queen E4, which he did, or Rook to C1.
Well, Queen E4 does have a very big threat. Rook B1 is actually huge.
Traps the queen.
Well, it doesn't trap
Close
the
to
queen, but close enough, right? And C6 is also being targeted as soon as the queen is removed from... actually, Queen E4 is a great move.
Queen E4.
And Queen E4 is a really nice move.
Knight to C4 is unfortunately for him not possible.
He's playing A3.
A3, Rook to B1, and how do you plan on...
Well, what's the point? Rook B1 and then what? Queen C4, for example, B takes C6 just finishes the game, right? Your bishop's hanging.
I'm not sure. So you take A2.
Yeah, but okay, I can take with the knight.
Yeah, you take with the knight, and this is just...
Well, Rook takes A2 here. But Rook takes A2, Rook takes C4, Rook A1, Rook B1. Here it's not checkmate.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay, let's go back to the bird's eye view. Rook
Yeah.
to B1, Queen to C4 is on the board.
We expect BC, and we think that's game, right?
BC does feel like it's finishing things up, unless
But
Antipov has some sort of miraculous
no, I don't see any miracles.
save.
I don't see any miracles here. I think BC is strong and winning. Bishop
He
D6.
goes Bishop D6.
The thing is,
that works too.
that probably works too, right? You just pick up the A3 pawn or that exchange.
Yeah, no, that's a good move.
That's also good. I mean, just because we didn't see it doesn't mean it's not good. It's just one of many moves that win in this position.
It's also a very practical. It doesn't give black, or at least it doesn't feel
Any
like
chances,
it gives
yeah.
black any chances. Now, Antipov under 1 minute, 50 seconds and counting. And let's not forget, it's 2 seconds delay. You're not actually gaining any seconds.
Yeah.
There's no
Knight
increment.
D3.
So
So he's
Rook to
down.
D8.
He's down what, 1 pawn right now, right?
But that was D pawn.
Yeah.
That was D pawn that you had in the position.
Yeah, that was your source of counterplay. More than a
Yes.
pawn, it was your source of counterplay. And without it, it seems like black's position should fall apart. More than one way to skin this cat, I believe. Bishop on A3 is hanging. You could just move it. I don't see a secondary threat. He's played the move knight E2, attacking this queen on C4. Also a very good move. I don't know if you have time to take on C4. Oh, sorry, no, not on C4, on B5. You might be forced to, though.
But what else?
What else, right?
Yeah, no. So queen takes B5.
You could play knight D2, maybe?
Knight D2 is an option, but knight D2 I just take back with the rook. And then you take on A3, I take on C6.
And then I take with the queen on C6.
I don't understand. What if I just simply take?
And I take?
I am a pawn up in that endgame.
Yours. I keep forgetting you're a pawn up already.
So that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm not going to take on B6, but I am a pawn up.
And knight D2 played. It probably was the forced move. But
Once again,
hey, so many moves win, right?
I'm a pawn up at the end of this
Everything, yeah.
this whole thing. Also, I can just take on D2, you take on A3, and I go rook to C2 back. I don't even have to take on c6 first.
No, you don't have to do any of these things. I think most of these variations should be winning somehow.
And the problem is, there's no counterplay for black. This structure completely kills the dark square bishop.
Yep. No, I mean, it's positionally and materially winning here, so and g3.
G3, yeah. What?
Why not, right? Kill the bishop a little bit more, give yourself the loft, don't blunder the game.
Yeah.
I like g3. It's a practical move. It might not even be a very good move according to the engine, I believe, but who cares? And then you go knight f4, or you go rook c2 first maybe, knight f4 there. Yeah, e6 is being targeted, rook c2 is a humongous threat in this position. I don't know, thank you for forcing me to go rook c2. Yeah, rook c2 is just finishing.
c2.
Finishes the game. You have to play rook
c3.
c3.
Bishop to c3.
Yeah, but now I have options. So many options. Queen takes b7 is winning.
Trying
Knight
to
takes
claim
e6. Queen takes e6.
Yeah, this is just simply
that's
queen
winning.
takes e6, and we see a queen trade. Rook to d6. I mean, somehow, I get it, it's winning, but this feels like the least winning.
No, this is the most winning. Knight b5.
Okay, knight to c7 might have been,
good enough. Yeah, you just take that. Take on a3. Nothing.
take
There's
on
no
a3.
problems here. You can just take on a3. It is an exchange.
And only 5 seconds for
it doesn't
Antipov, and he's not gaining
No.
any extra seconds. If this one goes according to plan for Vazquez, then Antipov will be in a must-win situation with the white pieces going into the second game of tiebreaks.
Takes the bishop.
Well, if you take with the rook, then rook to b2 is coming. And now I'm going to target every single pawn on the b file. Yeah, this is the cleanest way.
Just move the king, I think.
King to g2.
Well, whatever.
You can also do that. Yes, and I think we will see a resignation very soon.
He's down 2 pawns? Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, his pawns don't go anywhere.
That is the problem.
Yeah, you start pushing.
At some point, you're going to have to use your rook to gain my d pawn, and I'm going to gain your b pawn, and that's going to be 4 versus 2.
Yeah, if
on
white
the
lets
king
you,
side.
right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why he played this move e4. Everything is winning.
Everything is winning. This is just a matter of technique.
Yeah, e5, squeezing black out, and f4.
And that's it.
That's it.
Antipov resigns 1-0 for Vazquez. Remember, it's a 2-game match to make it fair, of course. So Misha will have the chance to come back and bounce back with the white pieces. I think they play immediately after.
I do think so. Maybe they get like a 5-minute break or anything of that nature. That's usually the case. And let's not forget, this is actually a very important match because the winner gets sole first position in terms of the trophy, but in terms of money as well.
Oh, yeah.
They are not sharing absolutely anything. Winner
they
takes
don't
all.
split the money.
So it is confirmed. We will be having a 5-minute break. And this is, from our humble calculations, a $1,500 match.
Very good.
So right now, Misha Antipov, with the white pieces, is in a must-win situation. Now, let's analyze this game, Alejandro, and let's try to understand where everything went wrong, because e5 came on the board confidently by Misha Antipov. He was obviously prepared. He's been facing Vazquez in the online medium, and they played this variation before. I don't know about e5, but they played this particular position before e5 before. e5 followed by d4, of course. That's an obvious idea, to keep the bishop away from the home square on b2. So now the bishop is going to be redirected, and I really like this move, a3. What do you think of this, Alejandro?
Yeah, you defend against bishop before.
Big move. Knight to c6, bishop to g3, knight to f6, knight to f3. And it does seem like d takes c3 might have been a big inaccuracy. Now, at the same time, if we go even
It didn't like knight
earlier,
f6, did it?
knight to f6, supposedly g5 was the right move.
Yeah, okay, that's not how we play chess, right?
But it does make some sense.
Yeah, once you analyze it, it kind of makes sense, right? G5, you want to make this bishop on G3 particularly uncomfortable.
Now, do you know why it makes sense for me, Alejandro?
Because bishop G7 against E4.
Because I play the Count's Gambit. Do you know the Count's Gambit? I'm going to quiz you.
It's not a thing.
That is definitely a thing.
Stop trying to make fetch a thing.
I'm going to show you the Count's Gambit. All right? Are you ready? Bishop to G5. Knight to E4. Bishop to F. E5. D6. G5. So this is the Count's Gambit.
Why are you subjecting me to this?
It's a beautiful gambit. I welcome you to try it at any time. It's been thoroughly analyzed. It's great for black.
Is it?
Our audience can definitely enjoy playing this one. And yeah, also if you take, check this out, D5. And now you would probably take on D6, right?
It's forced, right? Because it's en passant.
No, it's not. Because now I go Queen F6.
Wow.
And you resign.
Wow.
I'm teaching you the Count's Gambit. I'm
Amazing.
giving you amazing alpha.
How did I even get to GM without knowing this? It's a miracle.
It's okay. It's okay. But, of course, B3 and all these sacrifices, unfortunately, were in vain. Because, to be honest, after Knight C3, A5, this position just crumbled.
Yeah, it felt that black didn't just not have compensation for the pawn, but because of the central pressure, white actually had the easier play as well.
Yes, yes, and that's...
Once he got a pawn back, actually, his position was just terrible.
Very crafty by Vazquez, giving the pawn back, but retaining a clear edge from a practical point of view. Also, he was playing much faster than Antipov.
Yeah, I mean, the practicality of his moves was just on another level compared to his opponent, I think.
All right, well...
I assume it was smooth sailing.
We are close. We're getting close to the start of the second
right.
game. Misha Antipov once again in a must-win situation to force an Armageddon.
Yep.
And let's see what he will choose. He was in a must-win situation today.
In the morning, right?
In the classical time control, he is in a must-win situation once again against Vazquez. And now we see this e takes d5, one of the preferred opening choice of Misha Antipov. C3. And he really enjoys playing this type of positions. Now we see this cagey c3 followed by h3, followed by e5. Black is trying to find the right approach and open up the position as soon as possible.
I never really liked this Caro-Cons for black. I always had an aversion of playing this move b6. Whoa, wait, what?
My goodness!
My goodness, that is mate in 2 if I take on a6, but
excuse me.
Yeah,
Bishop to a6.
Bishop a6, hi.
What a move. Castle!
Castle!
What a game we have on our hands, guys.
A must-draw game, Castle long. All right.
Straight into the fire.
What is going on here? I do not believe in this for black at all. At all.
Look, he's playing fast and he's signaling that he actually knows what he's doing. That might be a false signal, but
he takes confidently takes the rook.
So what if I go bishop e3
bishop
now?
e2?
No, he takes. Wait, what's happening?
He
just sacrificed the queen?
He played it so quickly, too. He was like, yeah, you know, they said at the studio that I'm playing slowly, whatever. I mean, second queen.
What is happening? What is happening?
Is this theory?
This might be some sort of obscure theory.
Must be. I've never seen it, though.
Definitely not aware of. Queen to c7. They're both playing so fast. What's happening here?
I mean, Vazquez plays fast, but for Antipov to play fast, I assume it's theory. He'll castle and then go. But there's a ton of compensation in this position.
There is some compensation, yes. Especially because it's very difficult to find a square for the dark square bishop for black. Bishop d6 is met by knight b5 almost always. And I will set up that pin
bishop f4,
very soon with the move bishop f4. Yeah.
Bishop c5 played.
But once again, they're both playing extremely, extremely fast.
I like the move bishop c5 quite a bit, actually, because against bishop f4, I can take on d4, and knight f3.
simplifying the position.
Simplifying the position. Remember, I am up a queen.
Yeah, and all you need is a draw. You have draw odds as black. Yeah, no, I mean, it started off theory, this game, and right now is slowly easing into a very complex queen-less for white middle game.
Queen-less for white. I like that. So what's going on in this position? Black has no real threats, but rook d8 is coming, and black just wants to finish development, right?
Yeah.
White has a ton of compensation for the queen. Rook, maybe, and a minor piece, but it's also the light squares around the black king.
And this is the determining factor, giving white some initiative.
All right, so let's go. What do we play here as white?
That's a very good question.
This bishop on c1 needs a good square.
And as you were mentioning, this, unfortunately, it does feel like is going to be met by knight to f3, forcing the exchange, and that's just too many exchanges.
Yeah, that's too many exchanges, right? I run out of mating material.
Maybe you're not worse with white, but you're
not.
definitely not bad.
And remember that this is a must-win game, absolutely, for Antipov. He doesn't have a choice.
Yeah. What a wild start to this game. Right now, it does feel like Vazquez has found a way to stabilize the position, sort of.
Maybe you have to go b4.
b4, huh?
Why not? Takes queen c3 is not dangerous because I have bishop e3 at the end. So maybe?
Bishop to e3 followed by rook to c1.
Rook c1, maybe knight b5, something like that.
You will indeed have some problems on that diagonal, on that file.
Yeah.
And the diagonals.
The diagonals. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of compensation here. Now, b4, you probably have to take on b4, but then after bishop, I think f4.
f4?
No, bishop f4.
Yeah, bishop to f4. So now, taking advantage of the fact that the knight on e2 cannot be relocated and forced on d4, so that the knight is always going to defend this bishop. No more knight f3.
No more knight f3, and now rook c1 is coming, and I'm going to...
But then that's the problem. Now that you don't have the b pawn to hook my bishop. And what is Antipov doing?
He's thinking. That's what he keeps doing. That's what I keep not liking about
bishop
his
to e3, 7 minutes compared to 8 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, that's not that
Does he have enough initiative?
Well,
does he have
a threat?
enough?
First of all.
Knight to b5, perhaps.
Knight b5 seems like quite a decent threat in this position.
And if not knight to b5, also there's this idea of playing a5.
a5 is an idea. b4 also, rears its head at some point.
Yeah.
Removing the bishop on c5 by force. He's played the move knight d5. I was actually considering this, but I couldn't make this one fully work for black.
After what move?
Knight b5.
Knight to b5. And I would assume you were looking at ideas like knight to c3.
takes. You have to take on... you could take it there, actually. Rook c1, but...
Once again, it doesn't seem like you're getting out.
No, you could take on f1, though, instead of taking on c2.
Take on f1.
Yeah, and the knight actually gets out through d2.
But in the worst case for white, I take the pawn on a7.
But it's not so clear that this is...
It's not clear, no.
I mean, opposite color bishops, I'm pretty active.
It's definitely not clear, but I don't think he won this.
I wouldn't be so unhappy with black. Some simplification, some clarification. Knight e3, knight takes e7 looks forced, right?
Yes.
Yeah, f5 is covered, so there's no intermediate check.
Yes.
Knight f1 also kind of looks forced. Knight.
Again, I don't think he's going for this. I don't think he wants this at all.
You mean Vazquez, right?
Vazquez. Yeah, no, I think he wants more than this. I think he wants to keep more control.
But what do you play, though?
Knight b5, queen somewhere.
Where?
Let's say e7.
e7 is the only move, right?
That's a good point, yes. So let's just show the audience why. If you do go to d7, now, unfortunately, you have to face the music after bishop to f5.
Yeah, bishop f5 pins the queen, and on queen takes, knight d6 picks it up.
Yes, that's a problem.
So queen e7 might be forced, but let me see if I can exploit that somehow. Bishop takes c5. You're going to take with what?
I really don't want to give you any material back. So
No.
I'm going to take with the pawn.
Spooky, but all right. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any direct threats for white. Somehow the king on b8 hides pretty well.
It does.
It actually does hide pretty well.
It does. Yeah. No, I don't see it.
I don't quite see it either.
I really don't see it. And if you give me a couple more moves, I will go rook to d8. Then the knight drops either to c7, potentially c7 also. No, I don't see enough compensation for more than equality for white. Maybe equality, perhaps you have enough for that. But more than that, in a must-win game, I don't see it.
You need to keep those dynamic chances alive, right?
I don't see it.
I don't quite see them. The problem is that I really don't want to lose this bishop on e3 for a knight. It feels that this bishop is the last...
If you lose that, the game is over.
Yeah,
the match is over. The game is
over.
not over, but the match will be over.
Yeah, that's a well put, because remember, white must win.
Yes. So
absolutely must win.
You might make a draw here and there. You might have enough compensation for that.
4 minutes left for Mishra.
Well,
I mean,
he started off
blazing fast. Yeah,
blazing fast, but has slowed down since he gave up that queen. Maybe it wasn't necessary to give up the queen at that point.
I don't know. It felt like an interesting sacrifice when he did it. It did look a lot more dangerous.
And he did it so fast.
He did it so quickly, so I'm assuming it's some kind of theory. Because look at how he thinks. Yeah, he's one of those players that when he doesn't really know what he's doing, he spends so much time over the board, such a hard worker. But right now, you do need some practicality to go with your hard work. You also need to have that time to finish your opponent off when it comes down to it.
Absolutely, and let's maybe take a look at the bird's eye view just to see how much time we have left. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and he decides to give the dark square bishop on e3 with the move rook a to c1. Knight takes e3 immediately comes on the board. F takes c3, and he's just hanging on by a thread right now.
I don't like this.
It cannot be enough. Some precise technical moves by Vazquez, I have a feeling, will end this
finish
match.
this, yeah.
All
Yeah, you have to
right
be a little
now-
bit careful still as black. Okay, for now, b4 I assume is a threat.
b4 does seem to be quite a significant threat.
Yeah, b4 is a pretty serious threat, so you need to stop it somehow.
So why not king to b8?
King b8 looks like a logical move. Yeah, maybe king b8. I was a little bit concerned about bishop e4, but you still have this knight on e5, which is it's very important, and it's very hard to dislodge it.
No, it's almost impossible. At some point, you will have to go for an exchange sacrifice with rook to f5.
Right? Yeah, but just hope it works, right?
And that's the thing about the position. It feels like hope chess.
A little bit.
Right now.
Yep.
Hope chess.
And a5 played. I actually was considering this move. I didn't like weak. Whoa! Here we go. I like that move.
What?
I mean, you were lost anyway if you don't do anything. So let's go. Let's mess it up.
Might as well.
Might as well. I mean, a6 might be an idea. A takes b6 is an idea. Bishop e4 is now an idea.
Yeah, you have to go for it. Once again, it does feel like Vazquez is just a few moves away, a few practical decisions away.
But here's the thing, right?
Closing
With this particular move order, you make your opponent pause. You have some threats, some real threats here in this position. Let him handle it.
Like what? King b8?
King b8, I think a6.
a6?
Yeah, a6 with the idea of knight b5, a7.
At some point, knight to b5, bishop e4 is
It's
a configuration that wins.
It wins. It's not even easy to stop it.
Right.
Right, it's very hard to stop it.
Well,
actually.
he goes for king b8. We might be going straight into the
And I think you have to
line.
play a6, because if you take on b6, queen takes b6
takes
is super
b6.
safe.
It's just,
Super safe, right?
There's nothing.
What?
He took on b6.
What? I just ranted
Right,
against
I'm
this.
gonna cheat. Yes, a6 was the much better alternative. Still losing,
Still
but
losing,
I have a
but
feeling that was
a takes b6
practically
shocks me,
much
though.
stronger.
I
A takes
mean,
b6.
I guess he wants to go bishop b4, rook a1.
Let's wait and see what Vazquez is going to decide to take back with. Both options are possible. Bishop takes b6 and queen takes b6. Queen takes b6. Bishop to e4.
Yeah, this is what we expected, right? But rook a1, it's a threat. It's not such a big deal. I could even play rook d8 here.
You can indeed.
And start thinking about sacrificing twice
On d4.
on d4.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's That's an option.
And I think he's going for it. Rook d8, the practicality, right? Guillermo is an extremely practical player, and he's shown it in this event.
I actually don't think that after rook to a1 you can do much after bishop takes d4.
No, not much.
Knight takes d4, rook takes d4.
That's actually winning because you pick up the bishop.
You do have a check on a8, but that doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything, and the c file is easily covered by rook c4 anyway.
Yeah, rook d8, a nice move by Vazquez.
I really
But
like
once
rook
again,
d8.
creating a threat, and this is something that he does quite well.
Ugh.
He maintains the initiative all the time.
Oh, yeah.
With every single move. He never lets go of the initiative if you give it to him.
Do you do it?
King
I would
to
do it.
h1.
I would do it. I think I would do it.
Take on d4 twice.
Yeah. I would do it.
Actually, 3 times.
Yeah, 3 times. You take 3 times on d4, the knight is strong. You're not going to get mated. I mean, there's 2 rooks and the bishop. They're strong, but they're not going to mate you.
It is a practical decision that you could be thinking about, and this is exactly why he's pausing.
Yeah. I think it's smart to reduce the amount of things you can blunder, right?
Precisely. And things that you can blunder, for example, include things such as if you go b3 and trying to put the pawn on b2, knight takes b3.
Yeah, some stuff like that. Move the knight from e5, you'll blunder something. You
Move
never
the knight
know.
from e5.
Yeah, you never know if rook takes
he's going for
f7
it.
is a threat. Like rook f7, knight c6 might be a threat at some point. So he's just getting rid of all of those things.
He's going for it.
And he's going to take,
Yep.
yeah. This is, I think, this is what we thought was good practical play. No doubt he's going for this. And I think white is not losing. You aren't winning this.
Yeah, you're not winning this in a million years. The problem is you don't have a stable outpost for the bishop.
Yeah, you don't have also a mechanism to get rid of the b pawn. The b pawn actually just stays on the board. I think it stays on the board on b2, which is the most ugly thing.
And we see that spot being twirled on Antipov's
The b2 spot?
head. Yeah, I'm not sure what you would call that. Perhaps d4 maybe, depending on how you look at it, what angle you look at.
That's funny.
Yeah. All right, and it does seem like at this point Antipov is just unfortunately going to succumb
Coming to realization, right?
on this one.
I mean, the
And
thing
by
is...
the way, b3, b2 might be a serious threat.
No, that's what I was saying. Yeah. The pawn gets to b2 by 4, so there's nothing you can do to avoid it.
Followed by knight to c4, reinforce that pawn on b2.
Like, it wouldn't surprise me that the position is just 1.
Completely lost
Yeah.
for white. Yeah, that could be the case. Could very well be the case. But once again, we come back to the practicality of it. Antipov has been playing very slow. You cannot allow yourself to come down to your last 1 minute.
Come on, go rook
Against-
f4. Go rook f4 and hope that he blunders something.
But even that doesn't
it
make
doesn't
an
matter,
immediate
yeah.
threat, right?
yeah, rook c8 is a threat.
Take on c8, and even that endgame might be a draw. Bishop to f5,
5, queen d7. Yeah, you saw that.
Even that probably is a draw. But
Actually, I think it is.
yeah. And maybe not even that
That hard,
difficult.
With the pawn and midnight already on e5 controlling everything. Yeah, it's pretty hopeless, but you have to try.
He's going for this bishop to f5, hinting at the fact that one of the rooks will get involved
That's
and will
fine.
give a check
That's
on
fine.
c8, and that's going to be the end.
Yeah, this is a good time, I think, to go... I mean, even actually g6 is a good move.
G6, yeah.
It's completely-
Once again, focus on the lack of squares for the bishop.
Yeah, that's a really good time to go g6. Yeah,
Why
he does
not?
it.
Why not? No, g6. Rook
Ooh.
d1.
Well, we missed that.
Played quickly by Antipov, definitely saying that, hey,
Hey,
I saw this. I saw
Okay.
this move g6.
let's
I
be
saw
honest.
that I
G6
have
was
some...
a terrible time to be playing.
Perhaps not the best time. No.
Yeah, actually, bishop f5 was quite clever.
The king is going to go for a walk. Now, the question is how long of a walk? And we will get an answer in just a few minutes. Rook to d1, queen to f4 seems like the right move.
Queen to f4?
That would be my guess and my spot. I just don't want to allow you to get back with the bishop to e4.
No, I agree with that, actually. The bishop getting to...
Queen to
Queen
h4, the same idea.
Yeah, but it doesn't keep a tab on the c1 rook, which I actually like more.
Controls the d8 square.
That is true.
So perhaps this is what he wanted to achieve. Rook to d5, but
Rook b5 is a threat.
wait a minute.
Wait a second. That's what I like Queen F4 because
Wait a minute.
You keep an eye on the Rook on C1. I really like Queen F4 a lot better. Your move I liked a lot better.
D5 and Guillermo right now falls back in his chair.
What's going
Rook
on?
B5 followed by Rook to A1.
We have a game.
It's a checkmating threat.
We have
and
a game
also your
here.
knight on E5 will drop. What a miss. King to B7, but now bishop to C8 followed by Rook takes E5.
Rook takes E5 wins, right?
It seems like it does.
Wow, Queen H4 was a blunder? Wow, Rook D5.
Wow! He's back into this match out of the blue.
Bishop
We
D7.
thought that he's completely lost.
Bishop D7, yeah.
Bishop D7, Rook to B4. No, but Bishop B7, B2.
And then
Rook to
check
B5.
and Rook B1.
Yeah,
just don't get
was
fancy,
clever.
yeah?
That was clever. But he only has 40 seconds left on the clock right
Yeah, that's the main issue with Antipov's position is his time
management.
time management. He just needs to get rid of the B pawn and he'll be in a winning position. But 10 seconds left for him.
now. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Why?
30
Why did I say
seconds
10?
left. Rook to B1.
Okay.
Targeting the pawn on B3 now. How are you going to stop?
Yeah, the point is Queen E4, you have Rook A6. Which is kind of important, but you do have it.
Oh, Queen to Rook to A6 is a big move right there. And in fact, how do you defend?
How do you defend this pawn, right?
Yeah, how do you defend the pawn? Queen to E3, but
Queen
Queen to
E3
E3
maybe,
just
yeah.
feels like you're giving me an extra tempo.
But Queen E3 is nice because it does control B6.
But now I can give you a check.
Where?
Ah, yes, and now you go King to B4.
Yeah, King B4 is the point, let's
so
say.
Bishop to G4.
It's a good move. I like that move. Consolidating.
And perhaps at times, later on, Bishop to B1 to D1 will be a threat as well. Rook takes B3 is a big threat.
Yeah, Rook B3 is a finishing the game type of threat.
And in fact, I don't...
Oh, Rook B3,
Rook
right?
B3 just
Rook
finishes
B3.
the game. Actually, how is that endgame, the question is?
What?
Okay, King had to go to C4. Now this is just lost.
I
This
mean,
has to
yeah,
be
what do you
lost.
mean? The 3 versus 2, it's completely winning. You're up a piece.
Yes, but...
It's the wrong pawn,
it's
but
the
who
wrong
cares,
pawn.
right?
Okay, now... Yes, this wow, what a game. What a game.
G5, but Rook F5, Rook D5, Rook F5, I think
followed
is
by
easy.
Rook takes
right?
F5,
Bishop
picking
D5
up
is a threat.
all the
Oh, wow, Misha Antipov from the dead.
Fights back.
Fights back, forces an Armageddon, because this is it. Rook B7 is game.
He was like the Undertaker in this game.
Why not Rook B7?
He was like the Undertaker in this game, I'm telling you. Came back from the dead.
And is he trying to get stalemated?
I'm not 100% sure he just gave all his pawns with his last 3 moves. Not that he had a huge alternative.
Yeah. But black is just getting mated here. The rooks are going to... The rooks with the bishop. No
Yeah.
hope.
We're going to see an Armageddon, Alejandro.
That's incredible. That is incredible.
Unless...
No, this is over. You get mated rook C6. Or that works
C2
too.
is also an option. Bishop to E4.
Mm-hmm.
Now rook to B2 is a threat.
Rook B1 and rook A2 is mate.
Yes.
Wow! Misha Antipov with the tricks. Let's go back to that position, actually. Wow. And by the way, somebody was in chat mentioned if queen takes b8 was missed. It was not, because rook takes b3 check was actually a skewer. When Misha played rook b8 and then took on b3,
Yes.
it was actually not a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, queen f4 was the right move.
Queen f4 was the right move, right?
We're actually looking at the engine right now, and queen to f4 seems to have given black a slight advantage. We don't know who's going to get what color. Antipov will actually choose his
he
color
chose
right
white
now, and I would assume white will be his choice.
I don't know anybody that chooses black. Do you know anybody that actually chooses black?
5 versus 4, yeah.
No.
Especially with no increment. After 60 moves, you have to choose white.
You have to choose white.
And
So
we
for all
see-
the marbles and for $1,500 extra first place prize, we have an Armageddon game in our match.
Wow. What a finish to this tournament.
Yeah, this is pretty great, actually.
What a finish to this tournament. And it was just all about the nerves, I have to say. Vazquez just wasn't able to contain his nerves in that last game. Queen to f4 was an easy move to make and keep tighter control.
A little
your
tighter
pieces,
control.
right?
Yeah, somehow G6 was actually a little too loose, I feel.
And what I think he got tempted by was the
at the game
control over the d8 square at that point.
Yeah, I think so too.
So as we go, yes, rook fd1.
Yeah, queen h4 was a huge mistake, actually.
Yeah, he just liked the fact that he's not getting checked on d8. If you go rook to c8, then this after king to b7 just loses. There's no squares for the bishop. I'm going to pick it up. But, and this is, by the way, an easy move to miss. Rook to d5.
Right.
Which was spotted immediately, and actually it just gives white a tremendous advantage. What a change.
Yeah, what a change.
In pace from what we've seen in game 1 in this game 2. But look, you have to applaud the fighting spirit of Mikhail Antipov.
I mean, he went for it, right? He went with all this whole craziness with b4 and stuff.
He knew that he's losing. Right?
He knew that he's losing.
He had to know that he's losing.
Yeah, he just kind of went for it. So apparently it is all theory, this entire
This is some
sacrifice.
sort of theory,
sacrifice, yeah.
All the way
I mean, they played it so
back.
quickly, but there are no games.
And I think they're getting ready to start. Both players extremely poised and ready to make a splash and take home the victory in the championship.
And the moolah.
And the money, of course. This is a $1,500 Armageddon game.
That's a pretty big game, yeah.
For collegiate players, this is a significant bonus. And right now, as you see, Mikhail Antipov representing the University of Missouri and Vazquez representing University of Texas at Dallas.
That's right. I think they're actually the first sports for both teams, right?
No. Oparin is definitely the
You
first
still have
sport.
Oparin?
Well, we're working on that. Maybe I shouldn't have.
Incredible!
Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that.
What a joke!
Unnecessary alpha.
All right, let's go. We got an Armageddon game. Mikhail Antipov against Guillermo Vazquez. Off to the races as we have a solid Italian. Remember, in case of a black victory, Guillermo takes the tournament. In case of a draw, Guillermo also takes the tournament. So Misha is absolutely forced to win yet again with the white pieces. He won against JJ. He won against Vazquez in the tiebreak to force this Armageddon. Let's see what we do. We actually have a very interestingly the same position that we had earlier today between Abhi Mishra and Nikolas Theodorou, which ended in a very, very easy and solid draw there for the Greek player.
No, absolutely. And right now, Antipov needs to take advantage of his extra minute and put some immediate pressure on his opponent. Still 50 seconds ahead on the clock right now. Bishop to e3. We're going to see probably knight takes e3. And how do you feel about the strategy to play a long game like this? Because we know this is going to be a long game. You do have the extra time and most likely a more pleasant position.
Right, b5. And this has all been very similar to what we had earlier today.
Okay, b1. I'm not...
Yeah, you played it like this. Rook
fan.
b1, b5, take, rook a1, I think, is what theory says. I mean, this is some kind of really, really long variation, which I'm not really sure why people are so happy to go into as black. But they seem to be, and it seems to be actually more equal than I give it credit for.
Absolutely, and, well, I mean, he's catching up on time, so...
This is typical, right? This is so typical for Antipov. He needs to use the time advantage, come on.
That is a big right now for Vazquez, catching up on time. And the position, I have to say, is starting to look more and more equal from my perspective.
You can even take and go rook d6. I didn't see anything wrong against it.
Knight to e7, that is a very logical move. Opening up the 6th rank, potentially rook to c6 will come, potentially knight to g6, followed by knight to f4 later in the game, and reinforcing the control over d5.
Yeah. Not so easy to find a move here for white. You want maybe just rook a1, play something quickly. King h2. Also a useful move. Gets out of the checks on the first rank also. You never know when that's useful.
But you have to play faster, right?
Faster, I think. He still has a solid 20-second advantage. Well, a little less than that. Yeah, time is basically even.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, time is basically evened out now that he's thinking. So no advantage in time anymore. I mean, Vazquez just feels like the better blitz player.
But right now, after c6, the knight is coming to c5.
That's fine.
Rook to d6, knight to b3.
Yeah, knight b3.
But you have to play it fast.
Knight b3, I expect knight g6, I think.
But knight g6 is going to be met by knight to f5, and you might.
Ah,
your
knight
rook is
f5
going to
is
get
an
bounced
issue.
around.
Yeah, knight f5 is an issue.
Not only that, but knight c5 actually is winning an exchange.
Winning an exchange. So queen on c8, just foreseeing that this knight is going to be on c5, so you want to move the queen from the square. You don't want this knight to hop with a tempo.
Rook to e1, avoiding any sort of exchanges down the
yeah,
d file.
but you take on e4, and I don't really know why you gave me the d file as...
That's an extra tempo, and you can cover up the c5 square with knight d7, which he did. c4 came on the board.
c4?
Creating another weakness in black's position, the pawn on c6. I like it.
I like c4, actually. Knight f8 seems a bit passive, and now white's space advantage might be telling.
Knight f8, rook to c1.
So I like rook c1. Oh,
c5.
I don't like c5.
No, that doesn't feel like the right move.
I don't. Yeah, why are you closing down the queen side,
Why
right?
c5?
Why c5? Why not rook e c1? I thought that was the entire point.
No, that was a very, very suspicious move.
c5. All right, so what is this idea? He wants to target... I just don't get it, because c5 cedes the only open file in the position to his opponent, right? The only open file right now is the d file, and with move c5, you've basically secured the c file for black, because you don't have rook e c1, you don't have a way to create any counterplay down on the queen side now. It feels
And
like
he's
black's
down on
position
time.
is now. Yeah.
And he is down on time
It's
right
incredible.
now. 2 minutes and 15 seconds, 2 minutes and 27 seconds and counting for Vazquez, and he's taking over the initiative.
I think so too. I just like black's position better now. Rook d3 coming on the board. You can even think of
he's
the other
taking
rook
over.
coming to d4.
He is taking over. That move c5 was
It's just
such a bad
Wait,
decision.
what if knight d4 here?
Knight d4 is a move, but you can
Knight d4, right?
take on d4 with the knight.
No, but then pawn takes, and it's check.
Oh, that's a check.
Yeah, pawn takes is check. I think knight d4
Knight
was
to
winning.
d4
Wasn't
might
knight
have
d4 just
been
winning?
a big miss. Yeah, knight to d4 was not immediately winning.
But
because
of
you have
a
some
miracle,
miraculous
a
save.
miracle queen a2, rook a7 that nobody would have looked at, yeah?
And right now, Misha is coming back.
Yeah, because knight d4, I mean, he didn't actually penetrate. He played rook d3 and all the way back. It doesn't feel like Vazquez has a plan.
He's going back to d3.
Rook,
Rook
I guess
a8
rook a8
is a move.
yeah?
Rook a8 is a move right now, followed by knight to a5 later on in the endgame, putting a lot of pressure.
This is the
on
idea,
c6.
right?
And knight to f5. This is what he's looking
what-
for. Queen to c2, rook to d7, offering a potential
I mean, you're not
repetition.
repeating.
Of course, he's not going to take it.
He's offering you to resign, yeah?
Knight to a5,
D4.
knight to d4.
I don't like putting the knight on
Yeah,
a5
this-
first. I mean, it's easy to do
no,
the
no.
commentary when you're not playing the Armageddon, but so this guy's last
Still
couple
everything
moves-
to play for right now. 1 minute 26 seconds against 1 minute and 50 seconds. That's a big,
such a time difference,
big
right?
time advantage for Vazquez right now.
I'm a little shocked they didn't take on b3 and go rook d3. Finally! Finally we have this move rook a8.
But he has to play faster. Antipov has to play faster because, let's not forget, this game will finish without absolutely any increment in 1 minute and 20 seconds for Misha Antipov and 1 minute and 30 seconds for Vazquez.
A little bit of hesitation here. Doesn't want to go king h7. Wants to go rook d8, but...
Queen to a7, speeding up.
Yeah, but it's clear that this queen on c7 is the big problem, right? But taking allows the rook to enter the position. Now, knight a5 is definitely... The knight a5 on the board. You start hitting this pawn on c6. You start really thinking
There's
that
some
white
pressure
has some
right now.
chances, right?
There's some pressure.
Can I
Knight to
take on
f5
e7?
is
Can I
coming.
take on e7? I'm sorry, what? Why couldn't I take on e7?
Yes, you could have taken on a7. On e7 followed by knight
Right.
to c6. That was a missed opportunity, but knight
But
to
this also
d7.
looks strong, because knight
looks
f5 is a threat. Rook takes f7, sorry, what?
And how are we doing on time right now? My goodness.
No, but now Antipov is completely winning. He's actually penetrated, he got the f7 pawn. This knight is coming to f5,
And he has more time.
and he has more time.
Knight to f5.
Like, everything changed in the last couple of moves. Knight f5 looks like a winning rook
Knight to
endgame.
f5 is a winning rook endgame.
Yes!
He
With
goes for it.
conviction. With conviction played. Knight e7 is the
Knight-
threat, knight takes d4 is the threat. You cannot take on f5 and hope to survive that.
No, but you have to.
What else do you have, right? There's no
Knight to
other
c2
move.
is followed by knight to e7.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Oh, this endgame is completely busted.
40 seconds,
G4.
43 seconds against 56
Yeah.
seconds. This is going to go down to the wire.
But
The king
this-
goes to e4,
But
this
it
is over.
It's a big time advantage, and it's so much easier to play for white, right?
This
King
is
f3,
over.
king e4. You don't have to think.
Take the pawn, rook to a4, looking to gain
That's
some material back, rook to c4,
it's
and now
pushing,
we see
baby.
c6.
Pushing, baby.
C6 feels
C6,
like
yeah.
the winning technical move.
Exactly. C6, push him, trade these pawns.
But you still have to make the moves.
That doesn't, yeah. Rook B7, put the pawn
Now
on C7.
C7. You can even go F4.
I wasn't very happy with that one, but okay. This is good enough. Check. On C3 was met with King H4, no problems.
25 seconds.
And now Rook
against
B5. Rook B5 so that you can go G5. Actually, this works also. I like this move.
C7.
Rook takes B3 is a threat.
Take that pawn, go Rook to B6. Get the king to G5. Or the pawn to G5.
Yeah, I think you get the pawn to G5.
Or F6.
F6.
But F6,
F6,
F5.
G6, right?
G6, yes. This is not over.
And remember, he's playing so slowly. Stop
He's
playing
playing
so
too
slowly.
slow.
He's down on time now. Oh, this is going to go down to the wire.
He has to play faster.
Ooh. Ah, but this is pretty hopeless, yeah? King
I don't know,
G6.
11 seconds. He will try
That's
to
a
track
queen,
him.
though. That's a queen, and
That
I
is
think,
a queen,
I think you have to
yes.
resign. Wow, Antipov!
Antipov
with his
takes
back
it home.
against the wall. I mean, the referee was
Three
counting.
must-win games. Three
Three
must-win situations.
must-win games today.
And he took them all.
He won every single one of them. You were mentioning that Antipov had not won a single white game in the entirety of his Group A in the Spring Classic,
My
and in the entirety of the B group
Yes.
in this tournament
Yes.
until today,
Yes.
where he won not one, not two, but 3 on-demand games with white
Wow.
pieces.
Wow.
That's excellent.
He takes an extra $1,500 as well as the title of 2022 Summer Chess Classic champion. What a comeback
What a comeback.
for the young player.
Oh, wow. Misha Antipov there with his cool $4,000 first place prize, certainly showing why he was a member of the A group in the previous tournament, saying, look, you're going to relegate me to the B group, no problem. I'll win that one and get myself invited yet again.
And he took that personally.
Very personally, right?
Yes, absolutely. And with this victory, most likely he will get an invitation in the Fall Classic in the A group. But we will confirm that
We'll confirm
with
that later.
our
We're not gonna-
director here at the St. Louis Chess Club. We don't want to give any contracts around from the commentator seat. But yeah, while we wait for Misha Antipov to come down for an interview, Alejandro, your thoughts about this event?
No, it was great. I really like doing this commentary. I really always like the Classic series. It's one of the most important, in my opinion, a little niche tournaments that we have here at the club. Tournaments that are not easy to replicate in other parts of the world. Not so many 2600s available down the street. But it's such an excellent training ground for our players, for the collegiate players around here, for Mishra Abhimanyu. I mean, like, what a great tournament this is for him to practice and get better. And it's always exciting. You see all these fights between players that perhaps you don't have on your radar as their top players to follow, but certainly strong grandmasters that are really trying their best and showing why they are very close to the elite.
Oh, absolutely. And what a finish this one. And perhaps we will be able to see the standings right now as we are waiting for Mikhail Antipov to come down. But what a finish this was. And Misha Antipov, he started off slow. He started off extremely slow. And by the way, check this out. Today in Chess Candidates Edition, I have to say, I'm not 100% sure if our screen is wrong right now, but the graphic looks a little bit suspicious. Nevertheless,
Pixelated edition.
Pixelated Edition, 8-bit edition, June 17th through July 5th. That's a week from now. That's going to come up very shortly. That's going to be a very fun and exciting and influential tournament. Probably the most influential tournament for the past year and a half. Since, well, actually for the past year, since last November, since the World Championship match. The Candidates Tournament is going to be a battle of attrition between 8 players vying for the title, as well as the spot of challenger for the next World Championship match. And we are actually ready right now. We have in the studio the winner of the B group here at the Summer Chess Classic, young Mikhail Antipov. Mikhail, congratulations.
Thank you.
Big victory for you. You came into today's round trailing half a point. compared to JJ Ali Marandi. You are in a must-win situation. How did you approach that game?
I just decided to play bishop b5 on the third move instead of usual bishop c4. And I mean, I didn't try to make some really big risk out of the opening just to win. So, I mean, I just decided to play. I think I got like almost completely equal endgame. But I mean, he did like maybe one inaccuracy, and suddenly when I played knight g4 and he took on g4, it was already quite complicated for him.
I really want to pull up that game because the finish was just incredible for that one.
It was definitely a crazy game.
Now, we're not going to go through all the nuances of the game, but I do want to look at this position towards the end.
I was thinking that my position is just completely
winning, right? But it wasn't that easy to find the final blow.
Yes, like I played g3 on move 40, probably knight a7 was winning immediately instead of g3.
g3, knight to a7, yes.
Yeah, but it was move 40. He played knight f4, knight e6 is a way like I just didn't calculate at all. So I thought maybe there was some trick. So I thought g3, I mean, I'm not blundering anything for sure, and I will just think after that. But suddenly g3 is quite a big inaccuracy.
Yes.
Because after bishop g5, now everything is not so simple.
And by the way, this is still, I mean, you still have to calculate a little bit.
Yes,
nevertheless, it does feel like this one is...
That's what I say.
After bishop d5 just winning. Yeah. And you did feel like you missed that particular moment, but you still felt like you were winning, right?
No, at this moment I thought that I'm completely winning. I was just shocked by his move knight b6. I completely missed that. Because I've calculated only rook c6, and I thought that I'm just winning after that. Somehow, I really don't remember what I wanted to do.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, this place should be just completely winning. Maybe 96, I think, was one of the most easiest way. So I just
96 and just go into this.
Yeah, just maintain decent pressure, and I mean, my position is definitely completely winning. So, in case even if I made some inaccuracy, I can still.
It's still a technical, let's say, an easier technical task.
Yeah, but after knight b6, suddenly things are not simple at all because I completely missed that it's possible to let me play rook d8, bishop g8, and suddenly I have no simple way to continue. So as I understand, I messed it up when I played
bishop. You spent a lot of time right now.
Yeah, to be honest, I misevaluated f5 because I thought that after f5, my position should be also winning.
And this was the move that we were discussing here in the studio as well. It just felt like the one that gives black the most chances.
Yes, I missed that now after, for example, rook d6.
Yes.
Knight a4.
Yes.
I just completely escaped my mind when after rook d7, king h8, knight d6. I'm not threatening to play knight f7 because he goes king g7 and king f6.
Right.
And this is.
And there's no checkmate because.
Yes, this is a bit ridiculous.
E6. Wow.
So to be honest, I also expected h5 from him. I just didn't see what f5 is working.
And he played h5, and after this, it just felt. First of all, when did you see this g5 tactic? Did you see it all the way from afar?
Yes, yes, when I played rook b8.
All the way from rook to b8, wow.
I was considering rook d6 and rook b8, but I thought that after rook d6, maybe he can try to play king f8 at some moment.
Excuse me?
It was more or less the same, but knight a4, rook d7, king h6, knight d6, bishop c1, knight f7, king g7, knight e5. Thought maybe he will play king. Yes, maybe king f8. So at least I'm not mating him. So that's why I decided to play rook b8 because if my rook is on b7, I just go knight g6 and rook b8 mate.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, knight d7, knight c5. Yeah.
Right. And you got this position after g5.
Yeah, I think he just missed this idea because if I don't go for g5, knight g4, at least it's not so simple for me. Maybe I'm also winning somehow, but at least I didn't see any other simple option to win.
Still, you finished this game in style. That must have given you a boost of confidence, but how were your energy levels entering the tiebreaks? You knew that you still have a big match to play.
I was just completely tired after the game, so I was extremely worried about my shape because like I had completely winning position. I even made it almost to a draw, so I was not really happy about that. But I mean, I had some time to relax, and when I came to tiebreak, I felt more or less fine.
You felt more or less fine. And let's talk about tiebreaks as well, because tiebreaks, well, they didn't start in the best way for you, right?
We had 3 extremely interesting games.
Now, you started off with this move, e5.
Yeah, e5. I analyzed it a little bit. It's quite a funny way to react against this opening, because I immediately put some problems to my opponent. And I think my huge mistake was when I played knight f6. I just realized it after, because instead of knight f6, I could play g5 and bishop g7.
Yes.
This was much better because now c3 is not possible. My position is probably just better because like all his pieces are stacked.
He doesn't have a bishop to guard
Yes,
and allow him to open up the long diagonal.
yeah, so I played knight f6 immediately, having ideas to go knight d5 at some moment. And when I realized that it's just a huge mistake already.
Right. Knight to f3, because now knight to d5 is not coming with as much poise. Bishop to c5, and
Yeah, because somehow
this
like,
is already very unpleasant.
yeah. I managed to get some chance, but I think I still was worse most of the time.
Right, and he did give you back the a3 pawn quite handily. And then, okay, let's talk about the second game. The second game, you guys blitzed out this variation. And
Yes,
we
actually-
were extremely confused because we've never seen this before. Did you guys actually play against each other this? Did you analyze this?
No, it's actually quite funny. I just analyzed it a long time ago, and when I saw the position after bishop c2, my first thought, if it's possible to play b6 and bishop a6. And b6 was just played maybe 3 times.
Right, but he played it instantaneously.
Yes, and I saw it after b6, my only way is to go knight a3, knight b5. And when, I think I analyzed it like 2 years ago, I don't exactly remember how to continue. I remember that it just impressed me that I can just sacrifice my queen and play for initiative.
Yes.
So I think that bishop e3 was a decent mistake for me. Because
Bishop e3
Yeah,
after
knight
bishop
d-
to c5.
yeah, probably I should go like bishop g5. This was probably a better option.
It does seem like that is the computer's choice as well, bishop to g5.
Because I need to somehow develop my bishop to open c1 for my rook. But after bishop g5, I actually can go like bishop h4, bishop g3.
Yeah,
And bishop f4 was not working because he can take and go knight f3.
yeah.
So somehow I thought that I need to like maintain 2 bishops.
But you played bishop to e3, and after knight to d5, now it's already starting to look quite difficult for
Yes,
you
and
to find the counter chances.
Yeah, and I just tried to like give some
complicated position.
complications for him.
Yeah.
Because I just understood that my position is definitely not great.
Yeah.
But at least it's not so simple for him to defend because his king is always weak. After bishop e4, I mean, I have lots of ideas.
Right. And you started off with b4 followed by a5. Did you consider a6 at all?
No, I thought I should just open him.
Open him up, not knight to b5, potentially followed by a7. You took
I mean,
and
definitely position is just completely lost.
just lost, yes. And you played this move, bishop to f5, and g6 came on the board. Rook fd1, you kind of played it quite quickly. Now it felt like you're seeing something. And yet he played this move, queen to h4.
And after queen h4, it's just lost, I think, after rook d5. At least it's extremely scary.
Right. Did you see it from afar? Was this your
I was surprised
plan?
with queen h4 because I thought that he goes queen f4.
Queen f4, yes.
And the problem for me that I cannot even move my bishop away because he can play knight f3. And I mean, he's okay with the draw because I
that's a
lost first.
draw. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So I had
if
to
you
go.
go bishop to b1 or anything of that nature, he can even do this.
Yeah. So I thought I'd just go rook f1 and then I will think. I mean, definitely my position is not great, but maybe I would be able to put some problems.
And after that, queen to h4 was just a tremendous blunder. You definitely won handily. And you guys got into the Armageddon.
Yeah, and
Let's talk a
Armageddon
bit
was
about the Armageddon.
quite interesting game.
You chose white. Take us through this game. You guys
I think it's
played
smallest,
quite
it's
quickly.
smallest area. Rook b1
Yes.
is also a area.
Rook b1, yeah?
Yeah, b5 is a possible move. I think Engine proposes like knight e7, something like knight e7 after rook b1.
Uh-huh.
And
But he played b5.
yeah, b5 is possible move. Now c5 is a bit weak, so I just tried to make accurate moves, not to let him.
It felt like you're building up the pressure, and then this move came on the board. I'm trying to find the exact moment when you played this move c5, which we really didn't like.
Yet.
Knight to f8, and right now you played this move c5.
I mean, I had to do something.
And this is a blitz game.
It's a blitz, yeah.
It's
Now,
you know,
not even a blitz, it's Armageddon.
I'm being a bit too picky about these moves. You had to do something,
Yeah, of course, c5 is not the best move because, like,
Right.
nothing is hanging for him. d4 is just a weakness for his knight.
Yeah.
And like I played c5 because like in such games like Armageddon, you start thinking about like in case like we just play simple chess and we exchange something, like it's better like to have your pawns like pushed
Forward.
Yeah.
More advanced than your opponents. Mikhail, this is a huge victory for you after quite an unfortunate Group A event a couple of months ago. You came back with a vengeance in the B group and won the B group. did you think at any point after the first 5 rounds when he drew every single game and Vazquez and JJ Ali Marandi were running away, it felt like it, with the event. Did you feel like you have any chances to catch them?
I thought I had chances, but when arbiter announced that Jacobson withdrew from a tournament and my main opponents got like plus
an extra
point,
half a point.
Yeah, I was.
Compared to your.
I was thinking that I mean, have maybe some kind of theoretical chance.
Well, Mikhail, big victory for you once again. Congratulations. You have a lot of fans around the world, a lot of fans in your home country as well as the United States. Any final words for them?
Just want to say thank you for everyone who organized this event. It's a great pleasure to play in such place. I mean, despite the fact that I played extremely badly in spring, I still enjoyed this tournament a lot because there are not that many tournaments with such great conditions.
Mikhail, congratulations. And here we have it, folks. The winner of the B group here at the Summer Chess Classic, Grandmaster Mikhail Antipov. And we're going to have to take a look at the standings and see where all the players have finished. We're going to do the countdown, starting with the B group. In 10th position, we have Brandon Jacobson, who unfortunately had to withdraw from the tournament after round number 5 with 2.5 points. He finishes off in the last position. Tigran Harutyunyan, who unfortunately for him did not have a great result either, 3 points out of 9 in 9th position. Nico Checa with a victory in the last round. He finishes off on 3.5 points. Tied for 6th position, we have John Burke and Zhou Jianchao with 4 points apiece. In 5th position, we have Christopher Yu. Tied for 3rd position, JJ Ali Marandi and Kamil Dragun. And tied for 1st is Guillermo Vazquez and Mikhail Antipov. And after the tie breaks, it was Mikhail Antipov who finishes off as the winner of the B group and takes home a nice, cool check, $4,000, Alejandro.
Not bad. And let's take a look at the finish of the A group, where, again, we unfortunately had Ray Robson not be able to finish the tournament. Very surprising finish in 9th position for Sam Sevian, a newly minted 2,700, no longer 2,700 after this event. Ilya Smirin, Jonas Bjerre, and Aram Hakobyan all finish, as well as Benjamin Gledura, all finish in 3.5 points, which is good enough for tied for 5th. Nikolas Theodorou has a great event, finishing on 50% with 4 out of 8. And Abhi Mishra shows again that he is an excellent chess player, not just a talented youth. 4.5 points for him. Superb event. Grigoriy Oparin comes back and also finishes with 4.5. They tied for 2nd place, but without a doubt, head and shoulders above of the competition. Yangyi was the best player in this tournament. No questions asked. $6,000 goes to him for a very clean performance.
Oh, an amazing performance by Yangyi, such an amazing player, an elite level player, but we do have 8 top of the top level players playing in the candidates, which starts actually in less than a week.
Less than a week, Cristian. Actually, first round is going to be on the 17th, June 17th, so it's really around the corner. I know some of the players are already in Madrid, finishing up their training camps. And we, of course, will be broadcasting this live for you guys, so don't go anywhere.
Absolutely. It will be myself, Alejandro, as well as one Yasser Serawan, who is joining us.
Mr. Yasser.
Mr. Yasser will be back in St. Louis, and we will be having full coverage of the candidates starting from day 1 all the way until the end. We're not doing an abbreviated coverage. We're starting from move 1 all the way until they finish the games.
That's perfect.
And we do have also a nice group photo to finish this one. It was a pleasure, Alejandro, to do the
Absolutely
commentary with
pleasure. And thank you, everybody that's in this picture, for making this possible. Without you guys, obviously, none of this happens. I like how the picture.
It's great. It's
excellent
great
stuff. Well,
great
thank
photo.
you all, and thank you for watching our show. I hope you enjoyed our Summer Classic, and we'll have the Fall Classic in November. So if you're looking for more of this chess, we'll be having it back.
See you next time.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.